Hey everybody, it's been a while since I've done one of these, so back last season, at the very start of the last season of Overwatch League, I did a little bit of analysis. I also did a little bit of analysis on the Contenders VOD, and then I kind of went quiet on it, in part because, you know, it's a lot of effort to do some of these, so if people aren't interested, let me know by viewing numbers, and maybe this will just be a one and done type of thing. But I really enjoy watching the Overwatch League. I like analysing it. I like the big macro gameplay picture of Owl. And I just wanted to, you know, go through and take a look at how the season unfolded. Now, you might be asking, why did I not do this for the Pro-Am? And this is where I'm going to get a little bit salinated, just to immediately start off the VOD. So I, in part, didn't do any analysis around the Pro-Am, in part because there was no replay viewer. And I say in part, it was the major contributing factor. Why have they removed the replay viewer? Overwatch League, why have you removed the replay viewer? It makes watching these things and seeing what's going on and like the little micro plays that teams are making so much harder to deal with when you have to watch the YouTube VOD. It doesn't make sense. There are people out there willing to create content for you, willing to give you basically free advertisement. And a feature, which I'd be fine if it wasn't, you know, in the game already, or it hadn't been in the game already and you had to make it, but you've had this feature before, and you still have it. It's available to the teams, so just let other people have it. So this wasn't available for the Pro-Am, and I thought, you know what, they're not going to be dumb enough to not have it available for the start of the actual Overwatch League season, right? So I'll just wait for the start of the Overwatch League season. Nope, still no Overwatch League viewer. Very nice, very cash money there, good decision making. So, against my better judgment, I've decided to at least have a crack at the YouTube VOD, as you can see, based on the, you know, the YouTube paraphernalia around it. But man, it really grinds my gears. Anyway, that's my saltiness out the way. The game we're going to go through today is going to be the opening game, actually. It was the San Francisco Shock versus the Toronto Defiant. Now, there are a lot at stake here, honestly. So the San Francisco Shock, I think it's fair to say they are either the most successful team in Overwatch League history, and or they are the second most. Maybe Shanghai Dragons have now got a higher win percentage over the course of all seasons. I'm not entirely certain about that, but either way, they're going to the season as one of the hot favorites. They've also included some big changes to their roster. So if you remember back, I can't remember exactly when I did this. It was maybe 3 or 4 months ago, right? When I checked out the O2 Blast Contenders VOD. So O2 Blast are like one of the, and if not the best team in Korean Contenders at all times. And they're the feeder team to the San Francisco Shock. A lot of the O2 Blast team got promoted, so they're now the San Francisco Shock, basically. Plus Proper, who is insane, by the way. And then plus Finn, who's also very solid on the flex support position. So I think there are a lot of people going into the season saying this is going to be a rookie squad, but they have an incredibly high ceiling. On the other side of things, we have the Toronto Defiant. The Toronto Defiant are basically the Team NA powerhouse, right? They've probably got certainly the core squad of the best North American talent. They are most of the USA roster, I believe, as well. And I think they've got also pretty high hopes. If someone is going to deny one of the full Korean teams winning the league, it's probably going to be up to Defiant or the Gladiators, right? So I think, and it ends up playing out like this. This is a pretty even matchup between a team with a very high skill ceiling, but are relatively novice at this level of Overwatch, versus a team that have got a year under their belt. They're not really a rookie roster anymore. Maybe don't quite have the same ceiling, but, you know, they can bloody a few noses. Anyway, out the gate, let's look at the teams. I guess I should go back to the Pro-Am, because what the Defiant are rolling out with is close to what we did see in the Pro-Am. And the Pro-Am did evolve over time. Teams were only just being formed. Even running up into the Overwatch League itself, they were finalizing rosters. So there was a lot of mistakes, I would say, in the Pro-Am as well, which is the other reason why I wasn't too hot on analyzing it. You could just tell some teams had scrimmed maybe for like a day or two, even in the case of like the Valiant. But you saw a lot of these comps, especially on, I think this is Icebreaker, right? I'm not very good with the new names of the new maps yet, but I'm pretty certain this is Icebreaker by the ship. But yeah, a lot of teams were running Rhine-based comps, especially on this map. It's very closed. You have this central point here, very close. Tunnels down here, where you often have your supports playing. You can flank around this pillar here, and basically you often have like your, one team's tank here, one team tank here, and people are trying to take off space around here, the off angles, fire around the Rhine shield. They might try and go around this side as well, and that's kind of the dealio for here. So we've seen a lot of Rhine-based comps, so there's no surprise that the Defiant rollout on this Rhine-based comp. To go through the rest of the team, Mei, very good synergy with Rhine. This is very much a close quarter comp. Rhine, melee swing range, in case you're unfamiliar with what Reinhardt does. He has a big shield and a big hammer. He wants to stand there up close and just muscle, brawl, and fight. That's his deal. Mei, very good for putting walls. You know what? We'll put it in blue for Mei. Across here, or actually more accurately, it's probably like cross this angle off. Deny maybe the support sightlines if they're playing from over here. Isolate a target here, and then your Rhine can pin into the wall, kill the person on the other side, ideally the other tank, and jobs are good and right. If the enemy team doesn't have the tank, it's one of the best picks you can get, if not the best pick you can get on a map, the opposition tank, because then they can't anchor the point anymore. Also, to enable Rhine, to swing his hammer on people, you have the Lucio to speed him around the map. Interestingly as well, they went with the Symmetra, so a lot of teams TP out of spawn, but Toronto Defiant hold on to the Symmetra. They don't just swap immediately like Proper did. You may have noticed before I froze it, Proper was on Sim, TP'd his team out to get, to the control point a bit faster. You want to take the prime position that you want to, hold on to before the enemy team can get there. Sim very good for TPing that, and he comes out on Jog Champ to get back faster. Instead, Hydron stays on the Sim. Sim also very good close range. Very good into a Rhine mirror, because she wants to charge her super duper beam up on an opposing shield. Again, in case you're not familiar with Overwatch, Symmetra, I don't remember exactly what the beam damage is, the DPS per second at level 1, but as she holds it over a target, including a shield, for longer and longer, the beam charges up to like a level 2, then a level 3. And at level 3, you are a microwave full of angry hornets. You just obliterate people. Rhine has a big shield. Symmetra likes big shield characters, so she can kind of just mincemeat the enemy Rhine. So I think they come out of this with the prediction that they're going to go into a Rhine-based comp. Sim can also recharge off the Winston bubble, and there are a lot of Winston comps going out there. Again, spoilers for the rest of the weekend. Winston, or Winton to give him, I guess, his more accurate meme name. I think he's sort of 54% pick rate. He was by far the most played tank. I wouldn't say Sim is good into Winston, but you can, on this point, you can hold close, you can brawl a little bit. You can make well defensively to survive as well from like a Winston jump. So I don't think it's a terrible pick. Also, the turrets that Sim can put out that slow you and do damage over time, really annoying. I'm very good at holding like a closed space again. And then the final piece of the Toronto Defiant puzzle is BAP. And BAP really, I think in this comp was more for his splash healing effect. He also has an AoE heal for himself, and it also buffs the entire team. It's just very good when you're going to play close together, and this comp is probably going to play all around themselves. You have AoE healing from the Lucio and AoE speed. You have AoE kind of, why did I put W there? You don't know. I don't know. Kind of AoE healing from the BAP. Back window, his ultimate, very good with Fire Strike as well. You can one-shot 200 HP targets. It just makes sense. It's a very common Rein comp. I would probably say this 4 core is just the core of almost all Rein comps. And then you can mess about with the Symmetra a little bit. The Sim might even try and hold the flank just a little bit. Because the downside to playing this comp, what is the downside to playing a Rein-based comp? Because I'm making it sound like, you know, this is fantastic. Rein, big rectangle man. Okay, maybe not this rectangular, but you get the picture. Big rectangular shield. Very good for holding damage coming in this direction. However, not very good at holding damage coming in this direction, right? That is the problem with Reinhardt. He can hold one angle very well, block all the damage coming in it, but he does not like being flanked, especially if you're flanking from both sides. That is pretty miserable. So you're going to need both the Sim and the Mei to help control these off angles. You might be able to do that via a wall, but it's probably a little bit of a waste of a resource. Maybe just to throw out the Sim turrets as well, though, can help you with that. Other weaknesses, obviously, are range. Rein, not got the most range, right? Conversely, and this is kind of a very interesting and, let's say, novel comp. I don't think anyone predicted the Junker Queen comp coming out from teams, and a lot of teams on Control did play a Junker Queen based comp. So what are the advantages of this comp? Well, we have the Lucio again. Lucio on Control is always really good. This map type, you want to race to the point, I alluded to it before, and get your prime real estate. You want the position you want to hold. Otherwise, the enemy team can maybe, you know, push all the way up to here, and you have to push through them to get to the point, which makes it much harder. So you want your fast character to speed your team there. So again, even when Lucio isn't meta on Control, he's often still played. Then, Junker Queen. She has her commanding shout. She doesn't use it from the spawn, but again, that gives you an additional boost of speed. One of the advantages of having a Lucio on your team normally is that you can pick when you want to engage and disengage, right? If the enemy team doesn't have a Lucio, they can't escape from you because you have the speed advantage. However, if you have the Junker Queen and the Lucio, Junker Queen can give an AoE speed boost, Lucio can give a speed boost. You can't escape from this comp anymore, so they can't really, like, choose to disengage. It's not quite simple because of the boop, and you do still have the speed, and the speed up from Junker Queen is not, you know what, I was going to say not huge. It's pretty big. It's, to be fair, to be pretty big, but it's like an instant boost, not continual. We have Kiriko, again, ultimate. What's her ultimate called? I just call it Fox. Kitsune Rush, right? Gives you a speed boost. So this is a pretty mobile comp. As long as you're only asking for mobility in the horizontal. Not very good with vertical mobility. However, Icebreaker, no vertical positions, right? It's all on the ground. Very good for Rein, very good for Junker Queen. So again, these comps make perfect sense on this map in particular. The really interesting thing about this, and I think other teams were running this, I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head who else were running this. The DPS for this comp, they go with Torp plus Soldier. Interesting. So the Torp somewhat makes sense. The Torp is self-sufficient. I think the idea of this comp, though, isn't really to match up into the Rein-based comp. I think it was to counter the Winston-based comps. So Torp very good into Winston. You can put your turret down. I'm not sure exactly where Heesang's going to throw this, but I think they normally put the turret for this map back here somewhere, and I think you can just get a sightline into point, sightline over here, sightline. I can't remember if you can quite get down to this flank. I'm not quite familiar with this. I think you drop down here, like this isn't a wall. It's a slope down. So I think you can cover most of these angles over here. Just constantly do a little bit of damage from behind. Winston, not really good at killing the turret, right? Nor a dive comps usually, like the Sombra Tracer dive that you see a lot over this weekend. They don't want to deal with the Torp turret. You want to deal with that with a ranged character. Like the Mei the Icicles, decent at dealing with it. Back from range, decent at dealing with it. Same right clicks, okay. But you'd want something like, you know, an Ashe or something to deal with that. So I think they run this comp predicting a Winston-based comp. Rightful or wrong really is for the team to decide and how they were scrimming. Soldier is really the interesting pick here. I'm not entirely certain why you would roll Soldier in this comp in particular. I guess you're still trying to run like this death ball, so to speak. You're going to be fairly close together. You want to get the commanding shout off the Junker Queen. Maybe the heal pack even off the Soldier, just for an additional little bit of healing, because it's a pretty low healing comp, right? You have the Lucio. Kiriko is pretty low healing, single target healing as well. Torb, self-sufficient. Junker Queen, also fairly self-sufficient. She can heal off the bleed effect. So maybe the Soldier is just in here again, just so that he can also self-sustain. Anyway, let's play this out and see where everyone goes. Now, again, you may be able to hear, I've pulled the volume down very much. I don't really want to hear the commentators. Another good thing about the replay view, I would like to have audio so that I can hear abilities going off without hearing the commentators. Anyway, as I predicted, teams hold often this angle over here. They hold the flank first, and they're going to... Eventually, the Rhine comp is going to go to the point when it unlocks. There's no point going early as the Rhine-based comp. Another weakness of this comp, as I said, you haven't got the range. So if you're just stood in the center of this point, taking poke damage from the shot comp, you're going to slowly lose resources, like your shield health, you'll lose the wall eventually. There's no point in giving up those resources while you can't get control percentage. So Defiant are just going to sit up here for a while, try not take too much poke damage, and as the control point unlocks, they will, move towards the point. I'd say the shot comp is fairly similar. They would want to do something equivalent. But they see the Rhine comp and they're like, peace out. We don't like the look of this. They shout, they run back, and they get the swap to the Ramatra comp now. Okay, Ramatra comp. So I mentioned this before in the Pro-Am. The meta kind of evolved over time. Originally in the Pro-Am, there were teams, instead of rolling this exact comp, they were playing the Bastion instead. Wheels, right? And the idea was you would wall someone off, you would use your turret form, you would shred the target in front of the wall, and then that was your power spike. As soon as you lost turret form, you would hold on to the space that you had, or whatever you were doing, and wait for turret form to come back down again, or up again even, sorry. So the power spike was very much like very, very low, very low, very low, insanely high for however long the turret form lasts, and then it just dropped off again, and you just went in these spikes. That's the timing of this comp. Over time, though, people realized that instead of running the Rhine, and this was pretty quick, the change of this, if you ran Ramatra instead, Ramatra is so much better at surviving the Bastion. If you just put your arms into the cross position in the Annihilation form, you can just eat up the entirety of turret form, you can be May-walled off, you have so much sustainability. And then when you bear in mind that you can have characters like Bap jumping over the wall, okay, Shocker running Anger into this comp, but when people were doing this, the Bap could jump over the wall, they could give you an extra bit of health. Basically, they were an unkillable juggernaut. So teams very quickly realized that the counter to the May Bastion Rhine comp was to go Ramatra. Then people were trying to do Ram May Bastion, and eventually it was realized that, the Bastion just wasn't the stronger pick. It was much better to play like a Casti or a Hanzo or something else like that, which has a bit more of a consistent damage, right? Sorry, just wetting my whistle again. Anyway, so again, we go through the shot comp. Definitely, they saw Ryan May. Let's get the Ramatra in. Ramatra can just survive. He can cross his arms. If he gets walled off, he will live. They will also go for the May themselves to try and wall off the Reinhardt. Because the other nice thing about Ram in Annihilation mode, if you get the wall yourself, Ryan cannot shield that. Your punches go through shields. You can really bully Reinhardt with Ramatra. Now, again, it's in very much a power spike form. Ramatra, pretty, substandard when you're not in Annihilation mode. He goes into Annihilation mode, power spike up. Annihilation eventually ends, power spike back down again. Okay, there are some subtleties to this. You can end early to get the the cooldown back up again faster. You might use it defensively as well, rather than offensively. And sometimes, if you can't get close enough, your Annihilation form might not actually be the power spike. You might be better not in Annihilation form even. But normally you wouldn't run Ramatra in that situation, right? But anyway, he's in here with the Mei to punish the Reinhardt. Then we have Hanzo. If you don't want to play Bastion, play Hanzo. He is just Sniper Bastion. Okay, it's a little bit of an overstatement, but his Storm Arrows are disgusting. You can do absurd amounts of damage with this character. It's truly a miserable experience playing Reinhardt into Hanzo. Your shield will just get broken from Storm Arrows. Hanzo can always aim at characters, you know, around your shield, so if you're trying to shield toggle, you're always susceptible to letting one of your squishier heroes get headshot, which is never good. You get shouted at in comms. And eventually the Dragon Strike goes through shield. So if they just Dragon Strike at the Rhine, you're going to have to drop your shield so that you can move faster. You're susceptible to taking even more damage. Just horrible. So I really like the Hanzo pick. The other thing about Hanzo is he's a little bit more self-sufficient on a flank. So unlike the Defiant comp where I feel like you kind of have to stay very close together. Maybe the Sim can do a little bit of flanking. Maybe the Mei can do a bit of flanking as well. She has Ice Block to heal if she gets pushed. Sim can TP back again, assuming the TP is up. Hanzo has his little leap. On this map with the shortness of the flank over here, that might be more than enough. There's also a big wall. Here, Hanzo can go over the wall, hit someone, go back over the wall again for survivability. I don't think that's the best way of using Hanzo on this point, but you always have to be a bit concerned he might just jump over a wall at some point. They have Lucio again. He's very good with the Ramatra. It's kind of for the same reason I mentioned before. The reason you want a Lucio is to stop the enemy team disengaging if they have their own Lucio, or if, you know, they don't have one and you do have one, you can choose when to fight. They can't escape from you. Ramatra's ultimate, he wants to be close to you, right? He doesn't want you to escape. The big counter to the Ramatra ultimate is just scattering, running away. If Lucio can speed boost Ramatra around, they love one another, right? It's a match made in heaven. Synergy. The real interesting pick here, I think, is the Ana. Now, why do I say it's interesting? Often with the Mei comps, especially when you know you're running into a Mei comp, teams will pick the Baptiste because you can jump over the wall, throw down a lamp to protect your tank, and can keep them alive. It's one of the easier ways, especially on support. It's probably one of the few ways on support even, to keep your split off target by a wall alive. Other alternatives are like D.Va flying over the wall and stuff. There's just not many characters, especially on the support role, that can have that vertical ability to get over a wall. Instead, the shop, though, have opted for the Ana. Now, the reason I think they went for the Ana here is twofold. Firstly, Nano, I can't remember the ult's called. It's not Rampage, that's Sojourn, but whatever. The Ramatra ultimate, if you nano that ultimate, you are going to kill a squishy. They will die. There's just no escape from it. Especially with the speed boost, if you have amp speed, there is no escape. You will kill someone. That is very, very powerful to get a combo that is going to kill. It is a 2 ultimate combo, but nevertheless, you're just going to obliterate someone. And especially as this ult wants people to, you know, be close together, it's an AoE ultimate. This comp, close together. They're very susceptible to AoE. This brings me to the second reason why you'd run Ana. Since this comp is very close together, if you can smash a nade into this comp and make everyone purple, and there's a decent chance that OG and Ultraviolet are going to be pretty close together, and Kaluge probably, that's the go button, right? Anti them, Kaluge can't shield off the damage from Junbin when he's punching them. Kaluge dies, right? So I think that is the two-prong approach here. Anyway, fortunately, Defiant, they've kind of won the comp lottery here. It's very smart, and you don't really see this in ranked, right? Or definitely not in quick play, but you wouldn't see it in ranked anyway. It's pretty rare for a team to do a mass swap. At this level, it makes far more sense to play a comp that you think counters the opposition than to fight in a disadvantage. Give the enemy team ult charge, give them the percentage as well. Don't give them their ult charge, give them the point. They're always going to get the point now that you've had to go back. Just to make me foolish as well, Finn ended up swapping off the admin and went to BAP, so they did end up with the comp that I thought. There was the wall from Sam, and immediately Junbin runs away, but he didn't have to use his Omnic form, so there's going to be some pressure coming on Kaluj, I think, at some point. Not sure where the wall was from Heesang here, but like, look at the remark of how much pressure he's taking right now. And right now, while Junbin doesn't have his Annihilation form, he does not want to fight close. Ryan can basically always stay close in this point. He's using these two pillars for protection. Makes sense. Manage your cooldown on Ryan. Manage your shield cooldown especially. But the whole comp is so close. Like, you can see the same in the very bottom left corner here. BAP is central to the point. We have wall riding OG here. Like, you could put a little blanket over the entire team right now. Very close quarters. Shot can play at a little bit more range. And there was the punish. Let's slow this down a little bit. That's the wrong button. Take me down a little bit. Again, this would be where the replay view would be very nice. So the Shocker playing around, I think there's a mini over here, right? Or is it a mega, actually? God, I very rarely go to this side of the map. Again, replay view would be very nice for this. It might be a mega, actually. But they're playing around this health pack, so they have a bit of additional health. Hanzo can still poke in. I do think it's a little bit one-directional, though. I mentioned before that Ryan, his shield covers this gap very nicely. He's incredibly good at blocking damage from one side. And you have the entire Shock team playing off this same angle. It's kind of playing into Ryan's advantages. I feel like, though, that the Shock have kind of come to the conclusion that they can break the shield eventually. They can put enough pressure on Kaluj, wall him off and kill him. And that's basically what's going to happen here. I wouldn't have mind seeing, though, Proper taking more aggressive positions on the flank. Headshot onto Kaluj, I think, from Proper. Booped him back into the center from Vindang. It's actually Heesang that takes the flank, interestingly. I think there was another, either Storm Arrows or something else. Wall comes up to block heals, blocks the lamp as well. And then Junbin just punches through the shield. Kaluj cannot stay alive through that. That's kind of like the plan for this comp. But now that they don't have the Ryan, the Defiant, GG really, right? Should be GG. They invest wall. Somehow Vindane dies. Another wall off, that's Sam dead. Kaluj back quickly, but without the Mei, this is going to be really rough. Again, they're living for a surprising amount of time now. How did they live for so long? This is where like the replay view would be so nice. I feel like maybe the Shock played this a little bit too passively. Not to say that I think they should have just, pushed mouse 1 and W and ran over them. I guess the sim wall it basically made up for the Reinhardt, right? I can't really tell with the color scheme. I think Hydron must be in at least tier 2B, maybe tier 3. Yeah, Junmin is kind of getting shredded. Gets lamped off. Heesang gets Blizzard. What kills Heesang? They're trying to save ultimates. He just gets shredded by Sim. They beat Engage. They get beat before the opposition and then just push mouse 1 and go. Heesang does actually throw the Blizzard, though. I didn't notice that. Where did you Blizzard? Where is Heesang? Heesang, where are you? So Heesang is over on the left somewhere. There goes the beat. Oh, there's a TP. I see now. So I guess Hydron, there's a TP, has TP'd onto the backside of the left. The backside of the left. The left side as we look at it of the point. Maybe he's even TP bombed Heesang and he's just blizzarded the TP, is what I'm going to guess. Heesang dies. Not to turrets, it is to Sim. And then, yeah, Hydron just walks back. I have no idea where this blizzard has gone. I still don't know where the blizzard is. Where did it go? They do take the point, so maybe the blizzard was somewhere on the point. But they've given up the point, but they're winning this fight, 100%. Sam blizzarded as well. Didn't see where the blizzard went. I love cancelling the charge on Reinhardt. Ultraviolet jumps over the wall to get out. And proper drag. Oh, I did see the dragon. It went through the center of the point, right? Like, that was 4 ultimates from the shock. 2. Was it like 3 from Defiant? By the way, look at the speed that Ultraviolet is building his ults. He ulted at the start of this fight, right? Kaluge died, and Ultraviolet was trying to heal him through a window. He's back at 57% at this point of the fight, right? Heesang dies. Yeah, there goes the proper dragon, so they disengage from the dragon. They get cut off. Ultraviolet drops back. Junbin goes super aggressively, but his team can't follow him. Like, Proper's here. It must have been Vindane with him. We know that eventually when they push through, Finn is over in this direction somewhere. It's so messy from the shock. And they beated that. Who got beat? Okay, so they did give it to 3 people. Proper didn't get it. And Junbin is just shredded. Hydron must be at tier 3 beam. Oh, and the Blizzard Junbin. Okay, so Junbin basically trades his life and beat for Blizzard. Not worth, by the way. Ah, it's so messy. Ultraviolet gets his ult back up again. Finn still has his. Finn has been lapped in ult charge right now, which, to be fair, it's easy to build ult charge, I think, into the Rhine-based comp. The shock have got a better poke, but as soon as you get to close range, the Sim is probably more threatening than the Hanzo, right? Again, they back through the tunnel for survivability. Proper kills Sam. Very nice. Good shatter. He's walled off right now. Very good counter as well to getting blizzarded. Not that he was blizzarded, I'm just mentioning it, or even the wall. Just shatter the opposition, right? May he walls you off, shatter her. May he blizzard you, shatter her. Anything that can keep you alive for a bit longer is definitely worth it, because the whole linchpin of this comp revolves around your tank. So does the shocks, to be fair. And in fact, I would say this just in general, because there's only one tank now. There's so much less health pool in the game than there was in the OG Overwatch. You need someone to anchor the point, especially on control. It's normally your tank, right? So losing your Ryan or Ramatra is just a death sentence. Nice shots from Proper to kill Ultraviolet. And they'll slowly take them apart from there. Good fight for the shock, though. They only invested their window for it. Defiant had 2 ults invested. Hydron flicks off from the Sim onto the Hanzo, which I think is just a better choice, to be honest with you. And then immediately headshots Proper. This is a disgusting shot, by the way. Just in case you were wondering, I did watch this game live. However, this is now Wednesday, so I don't quite remember this game as vividly as I would have done if I, recorded this either on the day or the day afterwards. They'll show the replay of this shot. He hits him like through a tiny slither, like a hair's breadth through like the ice maze, and just dinked proper. And that's most of your poke damage removed from the shock now, so they're going to go defensive. I really like this from Hydron. Let me just go back a frame. This is going to be a 5-hour video, okay? I mentioned before that I didn't love the fact that Shock were all playing like over here. Pretend that I'm, you know, from the other side of the map. Everyone was playing this single angle, and that didn't play particularly well into, you know, the Rhine-based comp, where he can just hold the shield here, and he can block all the damage off. Fine, eventually, I think it was Heesang and Vindane would take on off angle around the pillar here instead. So it was like a very small flank. Look what the Defiant are doing instead. They've pushed... Oops. Oh. You know what? That's a better freeze point anyway. They've pushed most of their team, the core of their team, over here. Hydron, though, over here instead. Ramatra, another character with a shield. He's good at holding an angle. Unlike Rhyme, though, he has another form that makes him very hard to kill just from all... Well, sorry, all angles at the front of him, but that's a pretty big window when you think about it. If this is Ram, he can kind of protect himself pretty strongly from, like, this U-shape. Especially if you back yourself against a wall, you're kind of indestructible. I know it's not quite true, but just bear with me. The damage reduction from doing your cross arms is insanely high. But he's taken this off angle, and there's no one to challenge him, right? Property's dead. Junbin is trying to fight the Hanzo, which means the rest of the core of the team can just run over the Shock. That's Vindane gone, so now they can't pick the tempo anymore. Kaluj goes a little bit greedy. Great headshot again from Hydron. That's the first point secured for Defiant. I feel like Defiant, though, are playing this brawly-based comp, irrespective of the Rhine Ramatra, just better. Okay, so we're gonna... I think they actually do come out on the Junker Queen comp now. So this is the shot from Hydron, by the way, to open that fight. Oh my god! I'd be upset. Alright, let's get the pause in a minute. I won't go through the shocks as much. Right, here we go. These are the comps that we're going to go through. So we discussed through what the shock we're going to do. I think this is the comp they were predicting, though. Maybe not very specifically, but the idea of this, like, dive-ish comp is what this is meant to counter. So why Junker Queen good into dive? Especially Winston. He's pretty good into ball as well, just for the point of things. Winston, very good at AoE cleave damage. He jumps, he lands. It does like this, you know, shockwave effect when you land. Does like 30 damage, is it, on the shockwave? Actually, no, it's more than that. It's like 50, but does less the further away you are, right? I'm so bad on the damage numbers. Then he does his Zaporama, right? With his Tesla cannon. So if you're all playing close together, Winston is just going to cleave through you and ruin your day. Junker Queen. She can heal herself via like the bleed section can put on people. Anything with like a small heal over time, like a Brig, for example, the Brig Inspire, very good into Winston because Winston's actual DPS is pretty low. He kind of relies on the cleave. Other nice thing about Winston, by the way, is attack goes through shields as well, just as a point of note. However, he can't really overcome heals per second, so Brig Inspire, for example, especially with Rally, can just nullify your damage you do. You basically do nothing, which is why you often see Brig countering Winston. But anyway, no Brig here, we have Junker Queen. So firstly, the bleed. Monkey doesn't like that. Secondly, the advantage he has of cleaving multiple targets becomes kind of mute when Junk Queen can do her overwhelming shout, and then mass heal everyone. I know it's not quite a heal, but it's an instant boost in health, or it's an over health, right? Monkey doesn't like that. He wants to get the kill as quickly as possible. The longer the fight goes on, the less Monkey is happy about it. And then I'd say the final thing, and probably the most important thing, the knife of Junk Queen is an actual nightmare for Winston players. Especially when you're going against Junk Queen players, or very good Junk Queen players. Because if you jump anywhere near this Junk Queen, she shouts to get a speed boost, runs into your bubble, your sanctuary quickly, especially with the speed from Lucio as well. If she knifes you, you cannot escape anymore until the knife cooldown goes down. Again, if you're not familiar with Junk Queen, she can throw, I can't remember what the knife is called. It's called Sally or something. Amy? I don't remember. But she can throw her knife into someone. If it sticks into them, it applies this bleed effect, which does damage over time to the opponent, and it heals you for a percentage of that, I believe. And if you then push the knife throw button again, whatever key you have that bound onto, it will pull the knife back to you and anything it's stuck into. If Winston tries to leap away, and you pull him during the leap, he doesn't leap away, he comes back to you again. And just to talk about power spikes, Winston, this is going to look very similar. Very, very low, he might do a little bit of zapping, he might do a little bit of zapping. He leaps, okay, he's powering up. He puts his bubble down, huge spike. The bubble is insane. Then bubble might go down, he's still close. And then he might want to leap away. At this point when he's going to leap away, because he's slowly losing value over time, if you pull Winston back, he hasn't got the bubble anymore, so he's a very, very weak character at that point. You deny the escape. Junk Queen, very good at doing that. Just for that point as well, in case you are a budding Ramattra player, Ramattra very good at doing the same thing. And I enjoy doing this to maybe not as good Winstons. If you jump in as Winston near a Ramattra, hold your suck ability for around about when the bubble is going down, or run into the bubble, start focusing down the Winston, and then throw your... Again, I'm so bad with the ability. Throw your suck out around the Winston, because he cannot jump away from you then. He has to walk out the slow and then jump away. It's not as guaranteed as the knife, because the knife, is stuck into Winston. He can't really escape the knife. He can only wait the cooldown out. Ramattra's, you can just walk out of, then jump. But this time between him walking, you'll probably kill the Winston, right? Or, if he tries to jump here, he will literally just go, and be stuck in your slow, and then that's his ass as well. So Winston is not going to have a nice time into Junk Queen. For that matter, he's also not going to have a particularly nice time into Torbjorn. Doesn't do very well into heroes with high armor. If you use your... I can't remember what it's called now. The overclock, or is the molten core clock? I'm very much a pictorial person and a name person. If you push your E and you gain that 100 extra armor, whatever it is, I think you get a speed up, right, and a rate of fire increase. Winston can't kill the Torb in that state. Whereas you can shred the Winston, right? It's almost like a little mini Reaper for that period. And again, Winston does not like the Torb turret. He does have a tool now in the form of the Tesla cannon right click, but it's still really weak. You don't want to be Winston killing the Torb turret. And then finally, we have Proper on the Soldier. Soldier is definitely more of a diveable target. It's probably the most diveable target in this comp. But he can throw down his health station. He can take the shout from Junker Queen, and then he can just jog away, right? He can jump away. Support, Lucio's got the boop to disrupt the jump. Finn has teleport. So this is a pretty anti-dive comp, right? On the reverse side of things, the Defiant is kind of a very interesting dive comp. And in fact, I think they immediately see this comp and realize it's going to hard counter them and just go back. You do see a lot of, and during this weekend, we saw a lot of Tracer Sombra. Instead, this was Sombra Reaper. This was more like the meta at the end of the season before. It was kind of like close to the Zarya-based comps, but eventually it evolved into Reaper Winston comps with the Kiriko. The nice thing about having Winston with Reaper is Reaper can kind of take part in the dive. You can teleport into the bubble and use the bubble for yourself. Similarly, you know, Sombra can do the same thing. If you're trying to hack someone and you're stood in the Winston bubble, haha, joke's on you, you can't cancel the hack anymore. She'll hack you. So, it's almost, rather than being a true dive, and I kind of hate the term true dive, because, you know, what does that mean in the context of the game? It's not really like we're going to just obliterate one target. We're not going to set flankers up, do the setup, Winston's going to jump on one person, we're going to do 3, 2, 1 jump and kill them, and then, you know, a support might get stuck behind. It's more of a Brawly-based dive comp to Defiant. So the Winston's probably going to do a huge leap, the Lucio's going to come with them, the Moira's going to come with them, and they're going to kind of stay as a fairly compact core, at least the Reaper, the Winston, the Lucio, the Moira. Sombra can do her own thing a little bit and survive. But anyway, they see this, they're like, nope, I don't want to fight Junk Queen. See you later. Peace out. And interesting, go to a more dive-based comp. So what is the upside of this dive-based comp versus the one they ran out on? Nanoblade is obviously one of them. Nanoblade is still a very strong ult combo. It basically has been during the entire history of the game. But we mentioned that the core of the shot comp are probably going to play fairly close together. The Junk Queen wants to play close to the rest of the team. She wants to get healed from the bleed. Who could deny healing, especially for people close together? That's right, an anti-nade. I think the Ana into the Junk Queen is such a miserable experience for the Junk Queen. Also, her ultimate is pretty easily cancelled by a sleep. You just rampage in a straight line. Very good Anas will just sleep you consistently, so you're not going to get much value off the Junk Queen ult. The Junk Queen ult I don't think is particularly valuable anyway, especially at the highest level of the game. And they've got a bit more of a comp now that can deal with the Torp turret, which they didn't really have with the Reaper and the Moira. Ana can now shoot the Torp turret. Genji's shurikens, they're not too bad to deal with a Torp turret. He'd rather not do it, but he can. Anyway, as I said, we have the shot playing pretty close together. They even give Defiant this high ground. OG gets lost in no man's land there. I don't really know what the play was here. I think he just messes up a wall ride. Doesn't expect Jogchamp to get around here fast enough. And he's just left behind by his team. I guess for him right now, for this comp, OG's best uses are probably keeping Ultraviolet alive, right? Stopping Junbin from just speeding on Ultraviolet and killing them. So that the boop and the speed is going to be really important. But just not really, I don't know. It just feels like they weren't either paying attention or it just wasn't called. But gets us stuck in nowhere. No one near him. Ultraviolet's not even looking. And that's their ass. And this I really like. So, how to counter the anti-nade? Well, we don't play that as close together anymore. Proper is fairly self-sufficient on his own. He has his own health pack. Sit him on the high ground and let him just do his thing, right? Finn can always teleport to Proper if he needs a top-up. In fact, Finn and Proper could just play together, and this core of Junbin, Vindame, and Heesang can do their own thing, right? You can even see them right now. I think, and I could be wrong here, but I can't see it because of replay viewer. Ha ha ha! We have this core of I want to brawl, and I imagine that we have the Kiriko back here somewhere. I think Proper is stood with Finn. And I think I'm wrong. I think Finn is on the ground. I think I saw the paper coming from low down. But they look so much better taking an aggressive angle, right? Much better at controlling the space. This is another thing you see a lot of queens do, just for a micro play, by the way, if you don't play a lot of queen. You saw before, Junbin threw the knife up main. Didn't hit anyone. But what he did was he stepped to the left, because when you recall the knife, it takes the path as the crow flies and comes back this way. So he knew there were people playing around this wall. Rather than just throwing the knife, recalling it, and it coming back here and getting no bleed damage, he threw it, walked around to change the angle. The knife came back through here. He bled someone, gets a little bit of extra heal for himself, does a little bit of extra damage, gets a little bit of ult charge. Very nice micro play there. Great shout there. Counters. The hack counters the dive. Now, though, Misery is coming. That was Nano Winston. They weren't at the blade yet, but they used EMP as well. That was Nano, EMP. Two pretty big ultimates. Finn does Kitsune. Proper also visors. I think this is probably fine. Let me just check the timing on this. Yeah, he's already done it. They use the EMP response to this. That's fine. Kitsune plus visors is a very good combo. You shred people in it. Junbin took so many cooldowns there. He took the anti, the hack, the EMP, the nano. And proper switches off the soldier. And they're going to go towards the more dive-based comp. I think this is more of a preparation to go to a Winston dive, but they don't want to waste the rampage from Jungle Queen. So they keep on the Jungle Queen. Now Sammy's going to have a pretty miserable time. Who do you dive on? I have a character that can TP, a character that can blink, a character that can also TP in the form of Sombra. Junbin, who has their own little shout. It's really going to be between Junbin and Vindane. He's probably going to just solo blade someone. I think the dream for Defiant here is that they anti-Junbin and just blade Junbin down. There's the anti, there's the cleanse for Junbin. Didn't really mention that. Cleanse, very good into Ana-based comps. Why did they beat? Who drops low here? Oh, Ultraviolet. So this was to save Ultraviolet. He got hacked, and I guess was getting pressured by both Heesang and Proper. Okay, fair enough. Defensive beat to keep Rana alive. But they don't really get much value on top of that. He was disengaged by the shock. And blade into a room, they get beat to counter it. It's fine. Just survive, Sam. Survive! Wow, the fight is so low! The HPs are all so low. I don't think Sam ever got healed after the blade. And now the other reason why this type of comp, the Tracer Sombra, very good at control. I mentioned that your tank typically wants to anchor the point. However, if you have an extremely mobile hero like Tracer or Sombra or Kiriko, you can always just keep tapping the point with someone and just keep progressing the percentage more and more and more. Doesn't really matter in this context, but in general, you can do on some maps. I'm really thinking like City Center, for example, on Oasis, where a Winston-based like dive comp is often used. You can get like 40-50% by just cycling around the point at this level. It's so hard to take the point back. Anyway, Defiant don't really have anything. Cluj, I think, primaled mainly to stay alive in the last fight. EMP Pulse Bomb coming up, just instantly obliterate the Lucio, very nice. Backline completely gone. Very good from the shock. Much better macro. They split their comp into like 2 units and just took people down. Good counter swapping as well. Much better. They looked so much better on that map than Icebreaker. Is that one called Labs, the previous one? I really should get better with the names. There was a little bit of, I'd say, a miscommunication there, but maybe there was a bit of confidence in the shock. He sang EMP and went on to OG. Proper in the EMP went on to Sam. They cleaned them up anyway, so it didn't really matter. But they should probably just obliterate one target each. Anyway, this map again lends itself more to the... Let me let this play on a bit more. This plays more again to some of the rush-based comps, like the Rhine rushes and the Ramattra rushes, rather than dive. Teams will often fight over this area first, the high ground. Because if you can control this high ground, obviously you have a huge advantage. You can just shoot down onto people at the point. Pretty miserable experience, right? At the same time, though, you don't really want to have... How do I put this? It's scary to play a dive comp into this for a few reasons. At some point, you're going to get kind of isolated, I guess, onto the bottom. You're going to have to control the point here, because you can only control the point from the floor. You can't control it off here. So if you were like playing Winston dive, someone else would have to take this point, which if you were playing into like a rush, they're always going to be susceptible to being rushed on and killed. Also, if you play a dive into here, there are like, barriers and stuff which mean that you can get easily hidden off. Hidden off? Cut off, I suppose, from your supports. Normally the supports play a very cheeky spot. I can't quite see it. But this fence continues out, then drops down. Let me just draw it over here. Like, it continues out, drops down, and then goes back up again. And they'll play on this side. They'll stand on the fence. There's some boxes here. And from that position, which is more like down here, you can see the entirety of the point, but you can't see anyone that is stood back here. So if you tried to dive on someone, you'd be pretty upset if you were trying to get over there. If you tried to dive on the supports all the way over here, again, you're going to get cut off from your supports. Some teams do play dive. I'm not saying you can't play dive here, but it's often a rush matchup fighting over here. And then eventually someone will drop to the ground. And this small area, it's a pretty small point actually, very small range, lends itself towards low range tanks, namely Ramattra and Rhine. Again, with the close quarters in this area as well, the Mei War can get some pretty big value, so it's not unsurprising to play Mei. Now, both teams have done a little switch up here. There's two big differences. Kalush is playing the Rhine, Junbin is playing the Ramattra. I think it's generally widely accepted now that the Ramattra Mei comps can be better than the Rhine ones, I think, when played optimally. There is some counterplay with the Rhine one, and I think this is a really nice place for the game to be in. If you're a better Rhine player, and I think it's fair to say Kalush is a better Rhine player than a Ramattra player, you can win the matchup. If you're a better Ramattra player than a Rhine player, you're probably better on the Ramattra. Junbin is better at Ramattra, Kalush is better than Rhine. It's a bit of a personal preference. It does seem, though, that the Ramattra comp does better than the Rhine comp, I would say, in general. Maybe the stats won't end up showing for that, but just because if you wall for Ramattra, Ramattra can just self-sustain. Blizzard Ramattra can live through it. You can go into your annihilation mode, get a little bit of a speed boost, potentially run out of it. Rhine often gets stuck in the Blizzard and gets killed. That being said, if you do pin Ramattra while he's doing his best Queen impression, holding his arms crossed together, then you can kill him. You can cancel it out of it. You can, Earth Shatter him fairly easily. Really, when the ultimates come up, Rhine probably has a better time than Ramattra, but Ramattra is still pretty good. The other big difference between the original comps is they're both running Sojourn. Sojourn was a menace. She's been nerfed so many times. Her power level is still pretty high right now, but nowhere near what it was before. So the nice thing about playing Sojourn here, I think there's a bit of personal preference at this point versus playing, for example, the Hanzo that they were playing earlier on. Sojourn can survive a dive. Some teams do play dives here, so she can always, again, I don't know what the ability is called, but she can slide away and escape a dive. She can also have that one-shot pressure. The continual damage is annoying. So I think it's pretty fair. Again, if you don't have a good Hanzo, I don't think it's awful to play the Sojourn instead. How did Kaluja die? I was waiting for like the Maywalls to come up. They came up, went down. I don't even see Kaluj. Is Kaluj behind? Oh no, Kaluj is on the other side. So Kaluj gets separated from OG? I just don't know how he gets obliterated. He must take a rail or something, right? Yeah, I think proper rails him. Yeah, he got hit by a rail and just was mincemeat. I assume shield broken, railed in the face. It felt a little bit too easy there from Cluj. Again, without the replay viewer, I can't see if anything fishy happened. Maybe Vindane booped him or something back in and stopped him escaping. Because Vindane is wall riding around here. Again, it's so narrow again. They've gone back to narrow style. And I don't love it. You're playing into a Rhine comp. And their entire team is here. They're all taking the same angle. It might be just a strategy. They're like, okay, we'll just focus the Rhine shield down. When Rhine has no shield left, then it's the go button for us. But it feels too simple. Or if Kaluja had got back round this corner here and used the pillar for cover while his shield recharged, he lives and then baits the shock into a suboptimal position. The lamp was also late from Ultraviolet. I will say, and I mentioned this again before, it's pretty miserable to play Rhine into Ramatra and a DPS that can just burn you down quickly, like the Hanzo headshotting you or the Sojourn railgunning you in the face. Because you want to use your shield. Sorry, you want to use your health and your shield. Your health can manage your shield can manage your health. So you don't want to just hard shield into this and just allow your shield to be broken, because you're going to just lose. At the same time, obviously you don't want to use all your health because you'll die. But the problem with playing into Ramatra is if you let your health dip too low, he just goes into Annihilation form, punches you in the face, and you die, and you can't shield it. I think Ultraviolet had time to react to that, though. I think he should have got his lamp out a little bit earlier. I'm also not entirely certain why Kalush pushed forwards there. There might have been a wall. Right, double window. Very passive positions for the window, but to be fair, the Shock don't need to pressure this. They can hold the space that they already have. I'd also say the window is scarier into the Rhine comp, because the Fire Strike can just one-shot you again. They've definitely gone like, we're going to bully Kalush. And if they're playing Let's Bully Kaluj, I think the onus comes on Sam and Hydran maybe to play more aggressively on a flank. Because Proper is just giving it up. He's not contesting it. Just sat with that overclock waiting for someone to peek around the corner. Is walled off. Double Blizzard, this is really funny, I remember this live. He sang Blizzard Sam, Sam Blizzard he sang, and they both go into ice blocks and don't get blizzarded. Mutually assured nothingness. The tanks then both drop down. Junbin is now afraid of Kaluge. Why? I say that Ramarch can bully Ryan. Not when your team's not with you anymore. If the Ryan just swings on you, he doesn't care that you can punch through his shield. And Kaluge is just in a small space, hitting him. I think this was a misplay from Finn, actually. I don't think this was a good lamp. Where does Junbin's HP go down to? Actually, no, it was fine. I was being a bit harsh. I felt like he had like maybe 25% health up. Vindane was with him. No, it was a misplay, but I don't know who misplayed it. That's more accurate. Vindane beats, but only hits proper. So I'm going to say Vindane may have made a misplay here. He may have made an oopsie. And because he only gets himself, unless... let me play it out a bit more, sorry. Yeah, he only gets him and proper. Because he only hits him and proper with the beat, that forces Finn to lamp. You don't want to use both your lamp and your beat. That's kind of both your support survivability cooldowns, right? Junbin did drop low enough that I think it was fair enough for Finn to throw the lamp. I thought his health didn't dip low enough that Finn should have just kept him up by, you know, passively healing him. So that's fair enough. But because they don't have the lamp, they don't have the beat, they become susceptible to a... well, I mean, everything, honestly. They become susceptible to all the cooldowns. OG beats late, pins in, proper gets killed, whilst he's in overclock as well, so that's overclock wasted. Heesang is also just chased down by Sam. I think they have a left click off. They do. I forgot about this. Ignore everything else that's going on right now. Watch the fight that goes on here. Because I think that Heesang thinks he gets his left click out of the ice block off first. And Sam is pretty certain he's got his off first. So they just left click each other down. So just ignore everything else. Yeah, they're certain that they've hit one another first. And Sam lives on, like, 1 HP. It's just very funny. The purest 1v1 from the maze. They blizzarded each other and then just gave each other a snow cone each. And then, yeah, everything else comes down to just a beat aggression, really. Nice pin from Kaluge. Hydron also overclocks. Probably wasn't necessary, but popped in reaction to... propers. Yeah, and there's, I think it's Necro, right, speaking. Very expensive fight for both teams. The beat whiff was probably the big thing there, though. I'd also say that Junbin dropping down to the right and getting isolated with Kaluge was also a bit of a misplay. He should probably have come back to the point again where, you know, his supports were. Kaluge just swinging on... If you just have a Ramarch in a closed room 1v1 with Ryan, Ryan wins, right? And now this is a pretty annoying matchup. I mentioned that Ramarch can bully Ryan. I think when the ultimates come up, though, Ryan can really bully Ramarch, because Ramarch wants to just run at the enemy team with his ultimate. Very susceptible then to being just earth-shattered by Kaluge. Yeah, Defiant make a huge misplay here. So, they respect the window from the shock arguably too much here. I'm just trying to see where their window goes. Because they window as well. Oh, you saw it proc right at the bottom of the screen. So, Ultraviolet seems pretty happy to hold this angle. And to be fair, Finn is also holding, but Finn is holding it way more aggressively. At least it appears so. Again, Shock all just seem to want to play, like, this position here. Just fire from one angle. Whereas Ultraviolet is holding a little bit further back around here. Then you have, like, maybe the May down here. You have your Sojourn over here. They're taking better angles, in my opinion. But they goof here. Big goof. They let the flip happen. They realized too late. I think it must have been a calm, because you see Sam, Hydron, and Kluge all running to the point. And now Junbin is going to use his ult, not necessarily for damage, and that's where I said you can get really bullied. Very nice from Vindame. Very nice Lucio play from Vindame. Junbin ults and just gets shattered. Now, the ultimate is also very good because it refreshes your Annihilation, so you can get more defensive. You also get plus 200 armor when you do it. So sometimes you will just pop that just for sustain. They had a player picked early on. I think Hydron hit Heesang, right? So the Mei is coming back from spawn. Yeah, you can see a silhouette in the background. Junbin basically pops his ult just to live. We have the point percentage taking up. You don't. We're going to get it to 99. And I just need to live on the point. Before I pause it as well, Kaluge just instantly shatters Junbin. He's going to pin him. And Vindame boops him away. And protects his tank. It runs out. That's right, it's not called Annihilation form. It's Nemesis form, the ult's Annihilation. Thank you. This is why I'm not a caster. I'll try and get that into my head. So yeah, the ultimate ends, but he has Nemesis form back up again. So again, even more survivability. A little bit of a misplay from the wall there, but they just fucking mouse 1W into them to kill Junbin. They've had enough of his shit. Sam throws Blizzard. Did they need it? Heesang counter Blizzards? Did he need to? Probably not. I think that was just a big misplay from both teams. I'm fairly certain. I guess Sam wanted to Blizzard Heesang because he was worried about Heesang Blizzarding him, so he wants to be proactive on it. As soon as Sam Blizzards Heesang, though, Heesang should just say, like, oh, thanks. I didn't have a tank. You've Blizzarded. And you beat, by the way. I didn't even notice in all of this. OG beats. The fuck did OG beat? I guess the Blizzard, right? Oh, Ultraviolet died. Who killed Ultraviolet? Vindame. Vindame has had a stellar performance so far. Except for that whiff beat. But at least he's had a stellar play for this fight. He saved Junbin after the Earth Shatter. And he kills Ultraviolet, which causes Defiant to instantly beat. So yeah, he sang Blizzard and immediately OG's like, I'm beating this. That's fine. Okay, you know what? I can forgive he sang Blizzard now, because he got the beat out of it. And now they are so susceptible to just getting beat engaged. They really need Hydron to pull the rabbit out of the proverbial hat right now. And yeah, they just run them down. Didn't give a shit. We're going to push W until the cows come home. Ultraviolet lamps, don't care. We're going to beat. Killed Hydron at 99%. They recognized that his ult was coming up. Overclock advantage. We're just going to chase you down. Ultraviolet, take a bow. Destroys proper in the 1v1. Then kills Vindame. But they're basically just throwing the bodies at the point right now. Hydron back with the overclock. And by some miracle, Defiant win this. It was really the miracle was... I said Hydron needs to perform a miracle. He needs to pull the rabbit out of the proverbial hat. Ultraviolet pulled... I don't even know what out of the proverbial what. He fucking pulled out a dodo from his anus. How he kills Proper while Proper is ulting... At the end of the beat as well, I think he still had maybe a little bit of health left. But he was with Vindame. He was getting pressured by 2 people and kills both Proper and Vindane. Unbelievable. And now we're in Tank Ult versus Tank Ult. The Blizzard is going to come up for the shock. Good counter to the Blizzard, just Earth Shatter them. So Junbin really needs to have his shield up for when they Blizzard. And shield off Kaluge. Okay, I'm going to pause here because, spoiler alert, Defiant are about to lose this fight. And people were fucking shitting on this play from Kaluge. And I will shit on it for one reason, but not the reason that they were. Kaluge solo shatters Proper on the flank here. That is fine. You are crazy if you think at this level you are going to 5-man shatter the opposing team. It is so hard to do that, because teams will ult track. They will be fully aware that Kaluge has an Earth Shatter. They will therefore not play as, 5 little dots in a line like this. Or like in an area. They will split up and play, dots over here. And ideally will have Junbin just get Earth Shattered solo. Maybe Junbin plus one other, which you can counter against. Instead, Kaluge is like, fuck, look how much damage Proper can do. He's playing the Sojourn. He's the biggest source of damage from their comp. I'm going to solo shatter him and remove him from the table. And we will take a 4v5 fight. It is always worth solo shattering an important piece of the other team. Now, would I say the most important piece was Proper? No, I'd probably say Heesang was more important, but Heesang does have some counterplay. Heesang can also wall off the shatter, and he can just turn into an icicle. And that's a pretty good counterplay. Proper had, I think, slid in. I think he saw him slide in. Had no cooldowns. Instantly shatter him. Fucking kill him. Just kill him. Take the 4v5. It was a good play. Now, what I will say, and I said I was going to shit on it, and I'm being rude here. I'm not actually going to shit on the play. I don't think he should have pinned. That's what I think they misplay here. He might be pinning because he sends blizzarding and he's trying to get out of the blizzard at the same time. Maybe that is the reason behind it. Maybe he might have mentioned this, I'm not sure. He should have been fairly confident enough, though, that someone else on his team, like Sam or Hydron, could pick up this kill or even just fire strike him. Because he takes so much damage pinning the shattered target here. And it's basically going to cost him his life. He got lamped. I think it was more to get out the blizzard. The ice wall it off. Nice shielding here. Shock immediately take the point. But they just don't get healed up from there. Sam throws his blizzard a bit too far as well to the back of the point. Should probably just blizzarded Junbin. And they lose from there. Where was Ultraviolet in all of this? So Hydron has gone onto the high ground. I love it. Takes a different angle. Like, they just don't get healed from here. OG is so close to a beat as well. OG... OG died at 99% on beat to Vindame of all people. And yeah, him and Sam and OG just take so much damage from the blizzard and the aggression. It was also Junbin pushing his annihilation. You know what? I don't think I can even shit on that at all. I think Kaluge played that play really well. I thought the charge was just for the kill. I think it was more to get out the blizzard and maybe get the kill in the process. But everyone just takes too much damage from blizzard annihilation. And then I can't see where Ultraviolet is right now. He must be above them, right? And he just can't get here to heal them. Or has he died? Did he die? Where's Ultraviolet? So he was behind the tank. He must have got frozen. Is that him up there? I think it is. I think he's over here. I don't really know the numbers. It's either him or Hydron, but we know Hydron comes around above onto the high ground. OG is... Well, actually, OG's there, sorry. May here. Kalush here. Yeah, it must be... Ultraviolet must jump over the wall. And I guess he doesn't want to reset the Annihilation timer. Yeah, he's here. He's back here and then gets walled off and be able to heal his own team. Just that small decision. It was very small things from the Defiant here that I think cost them this map. C9ing the point definitely cost them. Ultraviolet getting walled off from his own heals is, you know, really bad. Heesang's also now turning on him to fight him. OG missing the beat by 1%. If he beats, they probably win this fight because they can get out the ice wall. They can then go get the Baptiste, heal him. Hydron's on the off angle. Really, really unlucky. Speaking of really, really unlucky, fucking great timing, by the way. Thanks again for no replay viewer, therefore I have to get adverts. Let me just pause for a moment and I'll be back in a sec. Alright, apologies. We're back. So the second map, we end up at Blizzard World. So I don't really know exactly how they decided to do the system for this, but it's not like Contenders where the... Or even like the Pro, where the losing team gets to pick the map. I think it was just a preset map pool. So they were guaranteed to go to each of these maps, just in case you were wondering. So we end up at Blizzard World, the hybrid map. And we see a lot more teams running the dive on this comp versus the Ramattra comps or the Rhine comps. We've also had some substitutions. Speedly has come in. Speedly is known as a very strong Tracer and Echo player. Hydron remains in. Hydron known for pretty good hit scan play, right? And Sam drops out. Shock. Can't remember exactly everyone on the Shock roster right now, but Shock almost consistently keep the same roster with an exception that occasionally bring maps in if they're going to play a map that favors Sigma is what I'll say. Anyway, we'll let the teams come out. Don't get baited by the wife lever. Wife lever's not coming. There is a pretty funny play you can do here, and some of the Contenders teams seem to be more willing to do this than the Owl teams, at least. You can throw like a petal platform here. Have your Widowmaker stand on the petal platform. Go up into the air. You can then see the high ground that teams often play at just by the statue. Snipe someone, Lifeweaver can stand in the door and just life group you back in, and then you can swap round again. It's a pretty nice little small play, but it's one of those plays that teams will have adjusted to already. Like, you often saw Widowmaker doing a grapple shot anyway, so is it worth trying? I don't know. Your Widow might get picked during this. Anyway, we don't see it here, but just to let you know, in case you see some teams actually roll the Lifeweaver from the start here, often they do a small play like that, where a Widowmaker comes out and gets a life grip back into the window. Lifeweaver, sadly, not very strong right now. But anyway. Proper does the grapple shot. Some teams have been doing, and I'm going to let this settle for a second because they're still scouting right now what they're playing into. Some teams have started grappling like a second or two after the round starts to just try and catch the opposing team out. Because everyone's aware of the, a Widow grapple might come in early, so they take up a position where they're not going to get sniped. And then maybe like 3 seconds later, they might move back out into a position they want to defend in, and then you could headshot them. But anyway, Proper's just thrown a TP out. They're scouting, the Sombra scouts, tells them what they're playing against, uses the TP to get back into the fight again, and Proper goes into Tracer. Right, here we go. Here are the comps. We're locked in. Did all that in 18 seconds, by the way, which is well worth it, getting onto the right comp. Defenders, what's their advantage? They get to pick where they want to defend. Attackers, what advantage do we have? We can choose the comp we want to, play into, and we can choose when we want to attack. Right? So let's go into the defense first. D.Va. Diva. Interesting choice of dive tank. I mentioned on the previous map that Winston saw, I think, like a 54% play rate. Diva was also fairly high on the percentage. I think she was like second or third. She was there or thereabouts. Diva's very good at doing like... She's good at doing shorter dives, I suppose, is one thing. She's also very good at eating spam, and especially good into Ana-based comps, where she can eat nades and so on and so forth. This point has a very small dive towards the high ground where the teams normally defend on. Diva's also got a bit more sustainability than Winston, I think is fair to say. And she's got a pretty high tempo. Like I mentioned on these, like the power graphs that I think teams often draw, but Winston is sort of like this, you know, steady rise in power. Then he puts his bubble down and like leaps and stuff like that, and he goes very high. And eventually will drop back off again over time. Especially if the bubble breaks. If the bubble breaks, it's literally like, poof, I'm much weaker. Diva, by comparison, probably has like a higher low, but a lower high, if you know what I mean. Like, she uses her micro missiles and boosts out, and then she might use some DM, and she's kind of like around here. She rarely sees the highest highs of the Winston, but she will stay above the lowest lows of the Winston, right? So she saw a lot of play on this map. The other thing that's pretty nice is if you roll into like an Ashe, for example, Ashe wants to like coach gun away and can coach gun, you know, a diving tank away, but she can't do it into Diva if she DMs. So there's a very nice play of Diva into Ashe. I will say not every team though ran Ashe, for example. But as we let this play out, the most of the core of the team for Defiant are playing on this high ground back here, right? Diva's going to anchor the point, probably solo. She's going to use her DM up to eat damage so that she can stay alive for longer and just stop them ticking this percentage around quickly. Equally, she'll probably wait for a big anti from Ultraviolet and may just obliterate someone. Like, she might just attack with Speedily and Ana, for example. If you can anti-Ana, get at the same time your Tracer on them, you can just obliterate the Ana. Even if you don't anti, one of the nice things again about Diva into Ana, and I mentioned this, she can't nade the ground if you just DM her. So if you go in with micro missiles and just hold DM on her, she can't heal herself. She has to have her other support with her. And this kind of locks in then that you have to play like a Brig or something to support the Ana. So yeah, you're going to have OG and Ultraviolet. They're going to be basically a married couple. They're going to be together with one another for the entire fight here. The whip shot is very good at disrupting dives, possibly the best tool at disrupting dives. Inspire is very good against lots of little damage ticks, if you know what I mean. So for example, the primary fighter Diva is pretty low damage but just constantly fires. Winston's Tesla cannon, pretty low damage but it just zaps often. Inspire is very good to counter against that. It's passive healing in an AoE. So Brig is a very good anti-dive hero. Some people have nightmares to her because when she was introduced originally, menace to society is what I'll say about Brig. She was brought in as this big anti-dive tool, like she could bully Tracer. The AoE healing is really good into Winston. Unfortunately, she was disgustingly overtuned when the game came out, at like absurd levels of overtune, and basically locked in GOAT's meta for about a year. And despite the fact she got nerfed maybe like 12 times, she never quite went away. Eventually, when we got to, you know, the role locks where there's now 1 tank, 2 DPS, 2 supports, and through significant nerfing of how the armor works, how the rally works, how she doesn't have a stun anymore on her default shield, I suppose, default shield bash. She fell away, but she never really fully fell off because she always was here to counter the dive and can protect El Presidente, namely the Ana. This was being played on the patch as well, where Brig got a rework to rally. So rally now gives Brig 100 armor, I believe, but doesn't allow her to overheal anymore. Everyone else can overheal, And then it's a passive health over time. And she goes into widescreen mode, right? The shield is normally a little rectangle like this. Now it is like a big trapezoid instead. Don't ask me what I was doing here. It was more like that. And also she gets her stun back. If she shield bashes someone, bam, she stuns them. Interesting changes. I don't know if it's really improved the power level of Brig. It's hard to say because I feel like the whip shot is just... It's the most important bit of the kit, just to protect your other support. I'd probably say that it's, at the very least, a sidestep, but maybe it's, you know, an improvement. Just to help these two along as well, we have Ashe. Brig can also protect the Ashe. Ashe can also provide some own self-protection. Dynamite is very good for people going into close quarters. Spoiler, a lot of teams go into Snax Rammus on the attack. That's a close quarter, so if you can get a Dynamite in there while you're transitioning, and a dive occurs, that's your ass. Bob, also very good for holding the point. Like, for example, if Kalush wants to reset his resources, get some healing, Hydrogen can always bob the point. Bob can stop the contest, can use his own health pool, for example, and Kalush can get healed back up, and you can basically reset the fight again, right? So this is the defender side of things. The attacker side of things have got a very similar picture. In fact, they have the same picture. We have the Tracer, we have the Ana, we have the Brig. Brig will protect Ana. D.Va will try and eat all the nades, will contest the point as well, and will help proper in the dives. The big difference here is Hanzo versus Ashe, right? Hanzo has got more of a pick potential. Without a damage boost, and there isn't really a neutral damage boost, right? There's only the damage boost from Ultimate, which I doubt is ever going to go to Hydron. Hydron, if you headshot someone, they don't die. If he dynamites and headshot someone, then yeah, sure, that's going to be their ass. Heesang has always got this threat of just headshotting someone, and they will just die. I'd also put an argument forwards that Hanzo has a higher burst damage via the form of Storm Arrows, which will make Kalush's life a little bit more miserable. Admittedly, Kalush can eat the damage from Storm Arrows, but there becomes a point where it's like, oh, can you eat the nade? Can you eat the Storm Arrows? Can you eat Pulse Bomb? Eventually, he's going to slip up on one thing, right? That's what the best D.Va players do. They don't slip up on anything, which is why a D.Va can be an oppressive tank at the very highest of high levels. The other thing that Heesang is going to have is eventually he's going to get a dragon, and people have joked saying like the dragon is a cosmetic ult, especially Jaws, for example, on the casting side of things, that into these highly mobile comps, like what are you going to do with dragon, right? Brig and shield bash away, you're going to fly away, you're going to blink, maybe you get the Ana, but they're probably going to run out of it. It is very good for splitting the team up though, and taking like space. If Heesang gets into Snax Rammus and just puts a dragon across this high ground, that's going to split Ultraviolet and OG. It's going to force them to drop off the high ground. Heesang can then take the high ground with maybe like Junbin, for example, and they can take the space, which is more beneficial to them, and then hopefully just, you know, crunch down on them. There's always a threat as well of the Hanzo when you're going into you're playing as Tracer. You're just going to get logged at some point, right? And don't, you know, underestimate the value of the Sonic Arrow, just for setting up as Tracer, for example. People talk about it being very nice for, you know, Sniper v Sniper, to have the Sonic with the Widow, so you can get a better idea of where the enemy Widow is, so you have an advantage in the snipe off. Tracer wants to, you know, get onto the back line. She wants to know where they're playing. If you can just Sonic the enemy team, she can see through the wall and knows where they're playing, so she knows how to approach. Anyway, it's kind of going as I mentioned. We have 4 people on the high ground here. Junbin is kind of just anchoring the point right now. We have Proper is probably going to take some sort of flanking route to get towards the high ground, right? Either he's going to go through here all the way around to get to the stairs, or he might take a more direct route, which is a little bit more risky considering, you know, people are watching it right now. I'd probably expect him to go all the way around. Equally, Heesang is taking an angle over here, where he's just going to keep peppering arrows onto the high ground. You can even see that OG can't really interact with Hanzo, right? So OG can't hold up here anymore. Ultraviolet can't hold up here. They've dropped back to the stairs. So they're already getting separated off a little bit. I mean, sorry, he's dropped to the stairs. Anna's already threatening to drop back down here. She's using this little bit of cover. But they're slowly corralling them. Typically when teams, you know, when they're like taking space, you kind of want to hold a cross of angles. Like, obviously the dream in this is not going to be the case for the most part, is that you have like the enemy team defending here, and you hold like someone at this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle, and you just pepper them from everywhere, right? You can only do that really with specific comps though, mainly more mobile comps. Because otherwise, if you're playing, you know, the Junkrat over here, right? Let's say we're doing this with Junkrat and we're doing this with Mei. The defenders might go, hang on a minute, there's a Junkrat here. He hasn't got much mobility. We will all move to the Junkrat and we'll just kill him instead. It's always this pull and push over controlling space and being able to hold the space that, you know, you've taken, right? And that depends on the comp you're playing. And what you're playing into. So yeah, you can see Proper's threatening to go into this flank. Heesang logs speedily. I said it's so scary to play as Tracer into the Hanzo. And that's the go button. Heesang immediately goes straight onto the high ground. Kaluge is like, nope, you can't have it. He's like, alright, fine. I'll come back up again. Just constantly threatening that I'm going to take the high ground. Kaluge now going up here is not anchoring the point. Junbin is now anchoring the point, the gaining percentage, which is fair enough. The 4v5. Give them some ticks. Try and get speedily back. They'll be back quickly. And during all this chaos, I didn't even notice it myself. Proper, by the way, possibly the best Tracer in the league. I think there's arguments to be made over that. He's a very good Tracer. I will say Speedily is also a very, very good Tracer. Don't underestimate this. It's not as one-sided a matchup as you might think on paper if you just saw this. Proper has gone all the way behind them. He's ready to cut them off as they, you know, they back off through here to try and recover their resources, their DMs, their health pools, and he's going to kill people as they come back through here in the weakened state. Very good, like, corralling, good movement. They get the nano up quickly. Why? Because they got chunked down so quickly. It's another, like, weird pull and push of Overwatch, which I really enjoy. If the enemy team's DPS, you know, get the advantage in some way, or, like, the damage outweighs your defense, then the advantage you get is your support ults come up faster, right? If you're in a losing battle. So Ultraviolet gets his support up quickly. Don't underestimate Nano Boost either. Very good ultimate. Probably in the top... I don't know exactly where to put it. Maybe top 5 ultimates in the game. You get it up quickly, and it does change the fight. They boost Kaluge. I will say there's not particularly a great Nano Boost target, I think, in the Defiance team. And I've seen a lot of people in this comp using the boost almost as a defensive tool, just to restore health and keep someone alive. Like, yeah, I've seen people nanoing the Briggs if they're getting aggressively dove by people. But they nano boost Kaluge. He's going to be the one that's on the point and stopping the percentage. Kind of makes him unkillable. And Shock respect this. They're like, okay, we'll just wait for the nano boost to run out. You have, whatever it is, 250 armor, 300 armor, and damage reduction from nano boost. We can't kill you. But when we have nano boost, you have to fight on the point. Right? Because we only need one more tick left. Okay, there goes the cosmetic Dragon Strike, as it was called. I think it went through Kaluge. And now they have no one to anchor the point anymore. Very nice fight from the Shock. I will say, it was really all from Heesang logging speedily, which meant that Proper could play with all the freedom in the world. But still, there have definitely been teams we've seen, and I'm not going to mention them, that can't really capitalize on these advantages. Shock and Defiant seem to do really well. As soon as they get an advantage, they reposition to such a way that they can push it through. Bearing in mind, they didn't just kill someone and mouse 1W forwards. They slowly took more and more space, denied them the high ground, forced them back into this choke, and just slowly, like, almost like strangulating the opposition. Now, I will say, Blizzard World second point, very, very, very hard to cap. And normally when you do cap, I think you're on to a win. People seem to don't really mention it anymore. They did when the map came out. In fact, I think the second point got nerfed, right? It was so hard to cap, and it's still pretty hard. Unlucky speedily, by the way. When you get towards the defender spawn is so close. They have a high ground advantage. They have a huge cover advantage. It's so hard to push through there. And the defenders can get back to the high ground via two ways pretty easily. It's so brutal to push through. You just don't want to be held at, like, that final bridge. You're going to have a rough time. They've also switched over here. And this is kind of what I would start to go towards what was the core of the opening weekend. The core comp. Not with including the D.Va. This DPS lineup, I think Tracer was the most played DPS. Actually, maybe Sombra was. It was Tracer, Sombra were 1 and 2. Sombra is played into a few other comps, but equally Tracer, I mean, we just saw Tracer plus Hanzo. He's also played pretty well. Sorry, I just need to rehydrate again. This is what I think people would classically go to. This is dive. This is dive comp. You're playing 2 flankers, mobile tank, an Ana, and a Brig. Dive, dive, dive. It's like Reaper's voice line. True, it kind of is. You have 2 insanely mobile heroes that can take spaces. I mean, honestly, Sombra can cheat taking her space, right? Not a great view right now to talk about this, but let's just say that. Let's go to pretend we're at the final corner, right? And the cart goes through here. There's like a little wall here, and it opens outright around here, and there's like a little truck type thing here, like a food stall thing. But let's just say this is your point, and this is where the cart goes. Normally, as I said, you want to take multiple angles, and that is especially true with the dive comp. When I talked about you want to take multiple angles and control the space, and I mentioned that, like, you know, Junkrat and Mei wouldn't want to do something like this because they don't really have the mobility. You could just punish them. This comp has the mobility to do stuff like this, to take aggressive angles. So, for example, you might want your Tracer, I don't know, to get over here, your Sombra to get over here. Then you could have your D.Va just here. And then your supports somewhere back here, and maybe there's a little opening down here somewhere, right? You might want another support over here. Let's just say this is how you want your setup. Because the enemy team is probably going to be playing around here and trying to get onto the high ground, and some will be playing on the high ground over here. Normally, getting someone into this space is hard. Why? Well, the team that is over here is probably controlling this space, right? Whereas the attackers who are coming from over here were controlling this space. So you have to get someone to go through this area to get to here. Now, you could do this by flanking all the way around the map, but that takes a long time. And you could always get pushed out of this. So you've always seen this in your ranked games, right? A Junkrat will do this and they'll, like, roll the team. If your team had just turned around as a team and killed the Junkrat, you would have won. What Sombra and Tracer can do is kind of cheat the system. Instead of doing, like, these giant flanks all the way around the map to take this angle where they could just get pushed out immediately and have to go all the way back again or just die, Sombra can go invisible, right? Invisible character. And she can just walk across the gap and go to this space here. Tracer can just blink. So she can blink across the space and take a different angle. This is the power of these two DPS. And they want to set up into situations where they can get close to a target. People say it's the diveable target. It's the target that is least mobile, least likely to be able to get away. You wouldn't want to dive Sombra particularly. Well, okay, sorry, let me rephrase this. If Sombra has every single one of her cooldowns, you wouldn't want to dive Sombra. Why? She'll just TP. If a translocator isn't up though and you've hacked her, she suddenly becomes incredible dive target. Yes, dive this hero, because she cannot escape. She has no other mobilities. Tracer, don't really want to dive Tracer, right? She's just going to blink away, she'll recall. It's not very, valuable. Again, if she's hacked, maybe she becomes more of a dive target, but she'll still get a blink up pretty quickly. So I'd probably say you don't ever want to dive the Tracer. You don't want to dive Diva. She has a ton of armor, high mobility, she has DM, she can survive forever. You want to just blow someone up. And this gets towards where I think your dive targets start to come in. This is obviously numero uno dive target. The comp the Defiant are playing and what the Shock are playing is based on keeping El Presidente alive. The break is here just to keep Ultraviolet alive. Why? Ultraviolet is providing a lot of healing to Kalush, Speedly, Hydron I guess as well, but Hydron might be playing around Pact a little bit more. Same with Speedly. Another advantage of having flankers, they can play around Pact a little bit more. But they're going to be keeping Kalush up. Also, if you can anti the enemy support, you're probably going to kill them. And you're just trying to build nano boosts up. The nano boosts are very good for like your DPS or your tank to survive. But basically, if you lose your Ana, you lose most of your healing. Kalush will slowly die. OG won't be able to just keep up Kalush on break. I'd probably say your number 2 dive target is the Brig. Brig has a little bit of a mobility tool in the form of Shield Bash. She hasn't got much else. She does, however, have a really good shield. They keep buffing it. I can't remember what the health pool is on the shield right now, but it's pretty high. However, again, unlike Ryan, it can only block one angle. So if you can get, I don't know, let's say the Brig, for some reason, is playing here, and you've got your Sombra here and your Tracer here, and you hack the Brig. Firstly, her shield will go down for a second. But secondly, she can't shield off every angle, and she's just going to get blown up from all sides. So Brig's job is basically to keep the Ana alive. I'd probably say after all of that, if you can hack one of the Sombra or the Tracer, at this level, the 1 second where they lose their abilities, you can probably dive either of them. If you lose the Translocator for Hydron, so the Sombra is going to be playing a game where they try and find each other's Translocators and break them at the most inopportune moment for them, Sombra becomes an extremely good dive target, like insanely good. So she might be the 3rd best dive target, and then after that you're probably not looking at diving anyone. Proper and Speedily will have their own little 1v1 maybe, like we can actually see on the screen right now, they're contesting one another. And again, this is another job that the Tracer can do in protecting the Ana. Tracer can fight the other Tracer, and typically as a defensive Tracer you have somewhat of the advantage, because you get to pick where you want to fight as a team, they get to pick when you want to fight. So you can take the more optimal space as the defending Tracer. I will also mention, I didn't really allude to this before, but I've mentioned this in previous videos if you've watched them. Break plus Tracer is a really good combo wombo. Because you can throw armor packs to the Tracer, which actually provide no armor anymore, they just provide health. And she will steadily heal over time. So if you play a Tracer 1v1, and the other Tracer gets an armor pack, that skews the fight way into the armor pack Tracer's favor. Similarly, if the enemy team were playing a Zen, and there have been some teams playing Zen instead on this map, if you harmony orb your Tracer and discard the enemy Tracer, the matchup becomes unbelievably in your favor. So some teams will run the Zen Tracer for that reason, to cheat that matchup, but then you kind of have to build your comp around protecting the Zenyatta. Everything else will be, you have to protect the Zen. Your tank, your DPS, protect El Presidente. Yeah, that's a kind of an idea into what is going to go on here. So basically, Hydron is going to try and hack a target. They're going to try and kill the hacked target. While hacked, they can't use an ability for 1 second. Hydron will do... Is it like... What's the damage multiplier now? It's like 25 or 30% extra damage to a hacked target for the Sombra. It's really disgusting. It's so funny how close Sombra is between, like, being unplayable with a current kit to being unbelievably oppressive. It's such a fine line that I don't think the devs have quite got down yet since changing the hack ability. It was originally 40%, but she was like a must pick. They nerfed it down to, I think, 20. She wasn't played, and now they've buffed it again, and she's been played like everywhere. So that is Sombra. If you get hacked as a support, you're so scared. Especially as the Ana, because the Ana has no mobilities. Now, what's the advantage of playing the Ana? Why El Presidente? She has a ranged heal. That's one thing. Which means, because she has a ranged heal, and she has decent damage, honestly, and she has a cooldown that can protect it in the form of sleep, her trade-off for all of that is she doesn't have an ability cooldown. So she needs the protection. Okay? That's somewhat a dive in a nutshell. So the Tracers are going to fight one another. And bear in mind, I did say, like, you know, the Sombras might play games with one another where they try and find the translocators. The Tracers can get in on that too. Speedily might find Hisang's translocator. Proper might find Hydron's, for example. He's found it now. And will just make the Sombras' life miserable. Just don't let them play where they want to. You just saw there, Speedily was hacked. 1 second he was hacked for. He lost his abilities. And he got killed. They crunched on him and killed him. Possibly the least, or at least one of the least diveable heroes in the game, killed. Again, Proper finds the translocator again. Hydron now has to either reset it. He's actually being found. He gets Nano to protect him. Really good from the shop right now. Here comes Wide Shield Brig. During rally, it's kind of like, good luck killing us. Healing over time from the rally. Very good against lots of little, you know, plips of damage. The armor as well that Brig gets, very good against little plips of damage. And basically the Shock's comp is not burst damage, it's lots of little plips of damage, right, over time. It's not quite, you know, that when you get one clip by a Tracer, for example, but it's still lots of single bullets, right? It's not the time to kill, it's just the fact that it's single little bullets. Not just like a single arrow, where armor doesn't do quite as much. Anyway, I'm just digressing. Either way, while a team is rallying, they become so hard to kill for D.Va, Tracer, Sombra. Very good into EMP as well, just as a aside. Versus, for example, you might say, why not play Lucio? Lucio can boop instead of the whip shot. Yeah, that's true. It's a pretty good tool. He can speed the Ana away. Yeah, that's also very true. AoE healing, that's nice. Very true. The one big thing, though, is that if you get EMP'd as Lucio with beat, if you've beat first, it'll strip your shields off, and you have big sad times. Brig's rally is a passive at that point, I believe, and doesn't get stripped away. It doesn't stop it. The rally will keep going. So if you rally before EMP, it's a really good counter to it. However, the way the EMP works now is that it does a flat amount of damage to everyone in the EMP, right? It takes you down to... Does it take you down to 40% of your health or something like that? I'm so bad with the new mechanics of the reworks, but it does a big chunk of damage to your health pool. Which, with the way that Rally's been reworked now, means that Brig won't ever get back to 300 HP again. So you can kill the Brig through Rally now. I'd probably say that is one of the disadvantages of the Rally rework. Brig is definitely more killable from an EMP. Which might also be why you're seeing a lot more Sombra as well. Anyway, both teams are sort of like posturing with one another. Okay, who got EMP'd? Both backliners and the Sombra. Very nice, because that means that the Sombra, at least for 1 second, can't do the same back to them. Isang immediately killed. They might have even have seen it. I think Hydron might have seen the Sombra, EMP'd the Sombra, and was like, we're just going to kill him. And now they can't use their own EMP for the shock. They're like, see you later. We're back out. We'll wait. And they've kind of been stopped in this position, which I mentioned before. This is heinous now. I hate when the cart is like here. It's so hard to push through. Supports can sit up here, and they have such a nice little protection. You can have like a tank down here, for example, and play around the mini. Great access to the high ground over here. There's access to this high ground over here as well. It's so hard to break through. If you ever get pushed down, how does the attacker get back to the high ground? Well, they have to play through here, go up the stairs, back round here. It's such a long route. Or when I talked about, the Junkrat flank before, you have to go all the way around here. Which is, again, very slow, and you break line of sight of probably your supports. Normally what teams will do is they'll play inside of the Nexus experience, especially the supports. They'll anchor Junbin on proper to the cart and just keep putting pressure on it, keep pushing it, and they'll wait for one of these big ults to come up like the EMP or something and just blow someone up. It's very hard to break this point with a neutral fight, especially with this comp. The other thing is, if you sit up here as the attackers as well, the defenders can get at you so easily. And it's pretty hard to disengage from this position. So as I said, in the Nexus experience right now, Junbin is on the cart. D.Va can just keep flying back up to the high ground as well. Who did you hit? So the EMP'd only two there, Kaluge and OG. They've clearly come to the conclusion, we're going to kill D.Va. We're going to EMP it, which removed most of our health pool. And if she dies, someone else has to come to the point and then we'll kill them as well. Rather than going for the supports, which is going to be hard to access. Unfortunately, don't kill. Well, actually, they hit speedily. I don't know, maybe they manually hack speedily as well. Whatever. They don't kill Kaluge. So the EMP gets no value. And in fact, worse, gives Ultraviolet a big amount of ult charge. Proper goes insane. No, so it doesn't matter. Everything's irrelevant. Proper just comes around, gets a 3k with Nano, to be fair. In fact, I want to go back and see how they fully broke this up. Again, I would love the replay view for a fight like this. Let me slow things down a bit. And we can learn together, right? So, a manual hack on Speedily is what happened. So, it was EMP on Collusion OG, manually hack here. OG, I think, is on the high ground. Ultraviolet is on the low ground. Ultraviolet is playing a really weird position, I think. Like, it just feels like he's so out in the open. I don't know if he got pushed down or what. Maybe Junbin forced him down here. But I feel like he'd much prefer to be over here somewhere, right? Speedle gets his pulse bomb eaten very nice from Junbin. Junbin gets antied. So they nano proper. And I saw him blinking in. Ultraviolet misses his sleep. OG gets antied. Okay. It was an anti from Finn onto OG and the nano boost. And then just proper mechanically being disgusting. He kills the break. Urana now has no other way of healing. She doesn't have a movement cooldown. Just destroys. I know it was with a nano, but he basically just takes apart the backline. I think Ultraviolet was in a poor position. It might have been forced. Now that you have no support, so you have no sustain. Hydron gets his TP basically monitored. You can see where the direction that somebody's going to TP to. And obviously that position should be either in the lake or was behind that pillar. So proper picks up Hydron. And Speedily's just trying to escape. Realizes he can't. Just blinks onto the cart. To die. Okay. I don't think that was particularly well defended from Defiant. I think that was too easy. I don't think you should be able to just nano Tracer and basically pick apart their support line. Anyway, we come to the third point, and I mentioned the second point is hard to cap. Third point, not much easier. It's also way, way more enclosed. So much so that a flanker-based comp might not be as good anymore. I can't remember in this game if we do see some switches. Kalush is manually hacked. I thought he got nanoed as well, but he didn't. What are we looking at into this fight? So we have nano, EMP, bomb, and Heesang is going back up to an EMP again. Heesang EMP'd the last fight, and he's at 70% to another EMP. Man, the top level Sombras, and I think, I mean, Heesang maybe is a bit too early to judge. Hydron I definitely think is up there, but someone like Lip, it's so unbelievable how fast they build the EMPs. Watch some of Lip's games. Like, watch Lip's ult charge. It is insane how fast he builds the EMPs. Like, you can get him like every fight if you're Lip. So Heesang again is hit by the EMP, so that's going to be his ass. He must have just been out in the open there. I don't know if I can see it. Replay viewer, by the way. Nope, don't know where he is. So Heesang must be out somewhere. He must have got spotted by Hydron, gets EMP'd. And I mentioned this before, if Sombra can't use her abilities, she's a very diveable target, so she's going to get blown up. Never mind, she doesn't get blown up. Why? I guess Finn nades. Hydron's trying to hack this mega, very annoying. The attackers can use that pretty nicely, honestly. So I can see why he's trying to deny it from them. Oh, he did deny it. Very nice Hydron. How the fuck did Heesang live here? I can't see any of it because the observers were too busy loving proper. It must be a nade plus like a pack and a shot because he just explodes in health again. His vitality goes through the roof. I thought he got nanoed, but they don't even have it. They rally. OG's about to get hit, so he's probably going to instantly rally. Yeah, he counter rallies. Speedily then pulls bombs Finn, so that's going to be the fight win unless proper reciprocates. Because when the rally... Okay, even just giving it up. Because when the rally dissipates, OG will still have a bit of rally left, so they're going to have more overshield, and they have more supports for more healing. Nice protection from Junbin. Does he keep his mech? He does. Very good. Good fight. I will say Defiant, though, they used EMP, Rally, and Pulse Bomb. The Shock used just Rally there. So they're going to come in with a huge ult bank. I will say when I tot up these ults, I don't quite see them all as equal. Like, I don't mind throwing Pulse Bombs around a little bit. You build them up fairly quickly anyway. But the EMP is a big one. The EMP advantage. And I say again, the good Sombras, look how quickly they build their EMPs. Hydron EMP last fight, he's at 46%. It's kind of why you don't want to sit on your EMP either. It's such a high impact ultimate, and you can build it almost every single fight. Certainly every other fight, you'll be building it. So I'd expect Heesang to try and engage with an EMP as quickly as he can to start building up ult charge. He'd love to hit Hydron with this. I mean, Hydron on the backline, I suppose, would be a really nice thing. I don't know why he's kind of get the manual hack on Kalush here. I guess he wants to manually hack Kalush and then EMP the backline so that the Kalush can't protect them. Because the DM, again, very good into protecting your backline. Very good to peel. Yes, everyone loves the word to peel for someone. D.Va very good at it. Other advantage of D.Va over Winston. Winston not quite as good at peeling for your backline. What do I mean by that? Well, if your backline is getting pressured, I don't know, let's say by Sombra and Tracer, what is Winston going to do? Winston will jump back in, and at the very least, he's going to zap people. Maybe, though, he can play his bubble, but that's not a great value. If you divers and use your resources, like a few blinks and a translocate as Tracer Sombra, and you trade that for a Winston bubble defensively, great, you'll take that. Big tick. Thumbs up, you love that. Ball, who I guess that other people see as the other big dive tank, at least one that can take vertical high ground as well. He doesn't even have that. He can slam back, but again, not very good at peeling. D.Va, very good at peeling. D.Va can get onto high ground. She has a decent amount of mobility. It comes up pretty quickly, and she can just DM. and eat bullets, right? She can eat projectiles. These two heroes, projectile-based damage. Tracer, projectile-based ultimate even. You can eat the pulse bomb. The only thing she can't really eat is the EMP, obviously. So I think that is part of the other reason why people are running D.Va on this map, because it's so prevalent with Sombra Tracer that you might need your D.Va just to turn around and help your support. Again, they seem to be very happy to nano proper aggressively the shock, whereas Defiant seems to be more willing to nano Kluge to help him anchor the point more. He gets manually hacked. He sang EMPs 4 people, huge EMP. And immediately proper turns around and is like, we're killing, like, I guess they've gone on the brig, I think they're going for here. We're killing the backline with this nano and EMP. Junbin gets his DM up in time. Speedily makes a huge outplay. How does Speedily do this? Holy moly. It looks for all the world. Oh, it was Hydra's EMP. I'm sorry, I tell lies and untruths. Wait, he sang... Did he sang Mrs. EMP? Sorry, I'm dumb. So Hydra EMPs first. So he actually laps. I don't know actually at what point this is anymore. Who's lapping who? But he's at least caught up to him for one cycle. Hydra EMP'd and then EMP'd again before he sang EMP'd one time. And hits 4. So the Shock were not expecting this because they were not playing at all, like, in cover. I don't even know if Proper got... This might have been a 5, man. I think it was just 4, though. I think Proper was around the wall. Realized that the entire team got EMP'd, so he has to back off because he has no support. And he's trying to basically peel for his backline. Finn and Vindame are just going to get obliterated by Speedly. So that's how Speedly gets his kills, because they're at, like, no health. Who the hell does Heesang EMP here? So Heesang is just stood in front of us. Oh, he tries to EMP Hydron. But misses? Replay viewer, please. Let me watch this in slow. I guess he teleports away just before the EMP goes off. So there's Heesang. He's trying to kill Hydron. We turn away. That's very annoying. I have no idea. But it's definitely... It's just Hydron. Sorry, it's just Kluge being hacked right now, right? You know what? I'll use the highlighter. Just Kluge got hit by the EMP here. How did Hydron not get hit by this? Speedily I can accept, because Speedily might have... Well, firstly, Speedily I think he's over here somewhere. But secondly, he was around these pillars, so... How the hell did they miss Hydron? He must have gone behind the cart. Right? It must have been the cart that blocked him. Yeah, it is. I think as you turn, you see Hydron going behind the cart. And the cart stops him from being EMP'd and what would have been killed. Oops. That's funny. Very small things. To be fair, it was a pretty bad EMP, honestly. Even if they had hit Hydron and killed him, would it have mattered? I'm not sure. Proper just cleans up Speedily anyway, but it's fight lost. Hydron getting big EMP value here. And Heesang has had enough of this. He's going on to the Hanzo. Oh, interestingly as well, Finn has gone on to the Baptiste. Why would you play Baptiste with a dive comp? My guess right now, even though there's 41 seconds left, is that Junbin wants to go on to Ramattra if they lose this fight quickly. and therefore they get the BAP out early, because I don't think there's any reason why you'd want to use BAP here over Ana. The only other thing I can think of is that they might want the lamp, or maybe they don't think they're going to get another nano. Did they nano last fight? They must have done, because Finn had no ult charge. Who did he nano? Man, I keep looking at this. Oh, the nano proper, I'm done. So I guess maybe they thought he wasn't going to get nano again. And that the lamp would be worth more. And if he can get a window, Heesan can use the window. It's a bit of a weird comp, though. Again, Defiant, much happy to use this defensively. Nanoed OG, just to keep him alive. Proper was definitely going for a pulse bomb then, got hacked, sadly. 20 seconds left. Junbin uses his Diva Bomb. And gets demeched again. And then Heesan goes to the Cassidy. I don't know. Maybe they got boomed a little bit here. Here might be a strong opinion. I don't think Diva Bomb is worth holding on to if your intention is to swap. But I don't know. Maybe they have some other play in mind. Maybe they were worried about the, I don't know, a pulse bomb. Maybe they were worried about the nano. And they wanted the lamp to keep up Finn. I have no idea. But I'd rather have just gone to a Ramattra-based comp if that's what they wanted to do. It would have been so scuffed, though, because they couldn't run the Lucio. I don't know. I think they just got stuck in a really iffy position. You know what? Maybe we don't think too much into this. But Junbin's going to get staggered out. He's not going to fight in the last fight now. Vindane basically just has to rally and proper touches the point. Junbin comes back on Doomfist, which makes sense. He comes back pretty quickly. The way to win this right now is just a pulse bomb from proper on OG. It has to be. Because OG is now rallying after Vindane's rally is over. And EMP is coming. But I think they're just going to... I don't know. They were trying to stay alive for their tank to come back. It was basically an unwinnable fight, right? The damage has been done. Junbin does pick up OG. But it doesn't matter. The spawns are right here. They've lost Vindane. They've lost Heesang. They've lost Finn. They have no healing. This is where it ends. It's still a really good push, though, by the Shock. It's very hard. The spawn for the defenders is so close here. It's hard to cap all the way through. If you do cap this map, it's normally in overtime as well. So that's pretty close to what I think you'd expect. I'd really like to see that graphic, actually. Maybe the Owl have got it. It might be too early for this season for the graphic to actually be usable. But from the Prime and at least the opening weekend of Owl, what is the average distance teams push? Like the escort maps on the first attack side? I feel like Blizzard World is possibly on average around the end of the second point. I don't think it's even the third point. Similarly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shambhali Monastery, where it's called, is the end of the first point is the average. Ooh, speedily. Oh, speedily. Very close for Junbin to eat that, by the way. Unlucky. Very nice play from Speedily there. Alright, defense side of things. Okay, I'll let the Defiant come out, but Shock have made a change. Namely, they've decided not to run the brig. Let's let this settle for a second, because Speedily's not going to play the same. And Cluj is going on to the Winton. Right. Right. So, on the defense, The big difference here, Kiriko, not Brig anymore. Why is this such a big difference? And why did this immediately make Kalush swap? So, I mentioned this before, Winston can get disrupted on his dive pretty easily by a whip shot. And doesn't particularly love playing into the Brig, right? D.Va again doesn't love playing into the Brig. But, you know, the whip shot onto the Winston really disrupts the dive pretty heavily. It's a very good answer, the Brig into the Winston. However, there's no more disruption. The big disruption now is Sleep Dart, which the best Winstons will have some sort of counterplay to by just playing play around their bubble. Bubble dancing, they'll dive, put the bubble down, hide back into the bubble again, and just play around that. So there is no more denial really for the dive. The other one you can somewhat do is the booster of D.Va, but D.Va's not going to be playing with the Ana too much. However, she might peel collusion. D.Va can actually just chunk Winston down if she plays like a counter dive. Like if Winston jumps in, D.Va boosts into the bubble, micro missiles him at close range. That's going to be like 300 damage to you pretty easily. However, I suspect that Junbin is going to be anchoring the point more often than not. But because there's no longer a Brig and they're playing the Kiriko is going to help proper on the Tracer 1v1. Now, I did say that having a Brig as your Tracer is advantageous. That is true. You know what else is advantageous? The Kiriko just one-shotting the Tracer with a headshot. It's not quite a one-shot, but, you know, it does 120 right on a headshot. Tracer's HP is 150. I expect that Vindime and Proper might try and play some sort of flank together, or at least Vindime will be trying to help Proper into this speedily OG matchup. At the same time, if any dive comes in onto Finn, I expect Vindime to come back TP and potentially cleanse to keep Finn alive. Otherwise, Junbin might peel just for Finn. It might be Junbin keeping Finn alive as much as he can, and Heesang will probably try and put as much burst damage into Kalush. So this matchup is going to be dictated by how Proper and Vindame deal with Speedily OG. If they can deal with Speedily well, then it's going to be pretty annoying for the Defiant to set up any dives. If they don't, then Kalush eventually, if they can get set up for a dive especially, the dive between Kalush, Speedily, and Hydron is going to obliterate Finn, I think. And again, here's Hydron cheating. Look at the space Hydron is taking right now. I say space, the angle he's taking, which will then hopefully create space, I suppose. All the intel as well. Look, Vindame is playing here with Proper, like I said. Ana is up here. Vindame can also just wall climb this rather than teleport. And the Hanzo is stood with the Ana right now. Ana has got into Snacks Ramus. Yeah, they've wrapped around, so I didn't see this on the minimap, but I figured that was the case. Sometimes the entire team of a dive comp will push through here. Rather than where I said on the first point that Proper might go through here, the entirety of Defiant all came around here to try and take this high ground over here. This is a very short dive. You won't take much damage during the dive. It's very nice. This is assuming, you know, the Ana stays here. What most teams do if you have like your, you know, your snipers, your Ana up here, is as soon as you see the team and you get intel that they're wrapping around here, you conversely wrap through Snacks Ramus and come back round here again. Right? You want to play the distance. Ana wants to play at... Sorry, should be doing this. Ana wants to play at range. Hanzo wants to play at range. Kiriko wants to play at range. Can TP in as well, sort of like a cheaty type thing. So we'll say Tracer is more short range, I'll say, and D.Va is more short range. But certainly these three heroes want to stay as far away as all of these heroes as they possibly can. They don't want to be in close range duels with Winston, Tracer, or Sombra. Anyway, so this is what's happened. They've rotated round. Proper is having a a fight off, I think was Speedly. And Vindame is helping on this. I will also say that Hydran could potentially help the Trace fight as well. Just love the Sombra punching the mech. Junbin just gets abused here. I don't know how Junbin just immediately is demeched. I was going to say hacked, antied. So this is Junbin's problem here. They hack him so that he can't eat the anti. He gets antied, and the entire team just goes onto the least diveable target in the game and just kills him. Why did Vindame not have his cleanse? I'm going to guess that he's used it on Proper to help with the Tracer 1v1, and or has misplayed, or missed, which I guess is a misplay. And now you are screwed. Because I mentioned, what is the counterplay when the enemy team dies on you? I said that Junbin might have to peel for them to help the Ana because there's no more disruption. Well, they are crying in the spawn room right now, so they can't help. Very tear-shaped, right? They're crying. Vindame is going to have to TP and cleanse, or if they're also being pressured, might not even have TP anymore. Anyway, Finn is on his lonesome and dead. Didn't even get TP'd back to. They just let him die. Proper and Heesang perform some sort of miracle. It's really just a mechanical difference at that point. Heesang hits some logs. Sorry, I keep rewinding. We're on the second map. Holy shit. It's going to be like a 2-hour long video. Actually, that's an understatement. It's going to be like a 7-hour long video. I just wanted to see Kaluji's health total here when Heesang unleashed Storm Arrow. So Heesang logs OG. Proper kills Ultraviolet because OG is no longer there to protect them. Look at Kaluji's health! I mean, actually, he's being focused by Tracer as well, but as soon as like you hear the Storm Arrow, he lost 50% health before I could react and pause the recording. But anyway, they gave up a tick, but they survived. I will say, I sound very negative about the San Francisco Shocks comp and the way they've been playing. Okay, that I think is a real big misplay though from Vindame, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. That was really bad. I was going to say the one thing the Shock comp does have is the ability just to one-shot someone from across the map. And that mechanical outplay is hard to encounter for, right? OG pushed in to try and kill the hacked Finn, and then just Heesang happened to be in Snack's Rams and, you know, fired a headshot through. And he didn't shield it. In fact, I don't think he got a headshot, I think he got a body shot, but maybe double body shot or something. Anyway, he lost his life, and as soon as OG falls, Ultraviolet then is susceptible to falling, and, you know, the House of Cards can tumble. It's just true with Overwatch 2, though. As soon as someone gets picked, your House of Cards seems to tumble a lot more consistently than it did in Overwatch 1. But anyway, what was the big misplay here? Defiant are coming back. They have every single cooldown in the game. Proper gets, I don't know, gets chunked by something. Maybe an Ana dart. Gets dived on, but Proper's not in any form of risk here, right? He has recall, he has a blink left. Possibly two. Vindame TPs. Vindame TPs in front of Winston. So Vindame is going to get killed here. I'm almost certain of it. The big thing that makes Kiriko so hard to dive is that she can just TP across the map. And or, if she doesn't have to TP up yet, she can cleanse herself and make herself immortal. She TP'd to a character that then blinked away. She's now on a lonesome. Kalush didn't even have to die for this. It was like the anti-dive. Vindame dived into the Winston's clutches. So now Vindame is just running for his life. Vindame is just trying to survive until they can TP again. And can't. Now, Finn is susceptible to being brutally murdered. It's goodbye, Kaluge. Woke him up. Yeah, they pulse bombed him and storm arrowed him. That's probably like 1,000 damage in a second. So Kaluge dies. I think that was a little bit stupid on the idea of... I say stupid, sorry. That's wrong. I shouldn't say stupid. I'm dumb. It was a little bit mouse 1W there from Kaluge. He just hard dived onto Finn. I don't think Hydron was set up. Yeah, I don't think Speedily was set up because Speedily had only just killed Vindame, although admittedly he's about to come through and kill Finn. And he just got brutalized. It was just a little bit too easy for the shock to get him. So yeah, Hydron is going to get pressured out here before Kaluge even dives. Yeah, so Hydron can't take part in the dive. And then he just dives in anyway, so they're not with him. Speedily is just going to get here fairly soon, but I imagine he's blinking as fast as he can to get there. But they can't keep up to him. He gets slept, pulse bombed. In fact, they didn't even need the pulse bomb. He was dead before he went off. Nice dragon from Heesang straight onto OG. And he gets nanoed for this, so they force Nano out. Speedily misses his pulse bomb but kills Finn. And Ultraviolet finishes off Heesang. Really messy from the Defiant. Ultraviolet is disgusting, by the way. Really rate this player. Mechanically, he's so strong. It's like a 3rd DPS. That cleans up that fight, and they get the point. They get that point from Vindame just almost mindlessly TPing into the Defiant. And what was worse was that I don't blame the Shock for this. The Shock invested ultimates trying to hold it to, like, make the 4v5 more balanced, if you know what I mean. They invested ultimates to try and equalize it, and it didn't really pay off. Admittedly, I think they used Rally during that. They apparently used Bomb, but I don't remember when they used Bomb either. Pulse Bomb I don't really care about, and they used Dragon. Defiant admittedly had to use Nano, they Pulse Bombed. They didn't have to use EMP though. So I think the Defiant are going to have a big advantage in the next fight. Vindame is now going to Brig. This might see Kaluge swap as soon as he primals. I should be honest as well, if you're not familiar with Overwatch League and you're still watching this point, I'm very thankful, by the way. But Vindame is more known as a main support player. What do I mean by that? He's more known for his Lucio, his Brig, his Mercy, than he is his Kiriko. I didn't even see how Hydron died there. Was it a sleep dart? It had to have been. But nice, that's going to slow them down a little bit, allow them to get some ultimates back up. Okay, there goes Kaluge, aggressive dive again. What? What was his dive? What was he diving? It must have been was it Heesang? So, I don't mind them diving Heesang. I didn't really mention this when, I mean, because this guy wasn't even in the comp when I talked about diveable targets. Hanzo is a pretty good diveable target. I will say now, out of all of these, Heesang might be the number 2 diveable target. You'd probably want Ana first. It'd be a toss-up between Brig and Hanzo. It's definitely easier to get the Hanzo, but the Brig is probably more valuable in the context of this comp. Heesang is on his own over here. The supports are both in here. You can see an Ana Dart coming out from here. So Vindame and Finn are playing inside the arcade. Heesang is on his own, and I think they recognize this. And immediately Kaluge, Speedily, and I think Hydron is cheating. I think he's already back here somewhere. I can't see him through the map yet. There are some people over here as well, but I can't really see who that is. He might even be Hydron. But it feels so rushed. Like, he uses one of his leaps here, but only lands on the bridge here. And just gets chunked so much by Heesang. Speedily just blinking in a straight line forwards because Tracer can't really keep up with the dive of the Winston. You want your Tracer to be set up before the Winston goes. There's not many heroes that can keep up for Winston in terms of dive. So yeah, Hydron was behind them all. He doesn't even get near the bridge. He loses a third of his health. All his armor's gone right now. He puts his bubble down to survive. He's getting counter-dove by Junbin. So he's going to get micro-missiled at any moment and just obliterated. And somehow during all of this, Ultraviolet dies. Proper pulse bombs them. So Proper's... it's such a weird fight. Like, Proper is all the way back at the car, so they must have left Ultraviolet and OG on the car. I think they were the figures I could see down here by the Mini. Maybe they were planning to come around here and help him with the dive, but they met Proper, and Proper on his own is fighting the supports. Because Hydra and Speedly and Kaluja are all diving right now. They're a married couple, remember, so they're together. Heesang is being dove, Finn and Vindame are over here, and Junbin's here. So yeah, Proper has decided to go for a 1v2, and I think he's winning. Kaluja's lost half his health before he's even gone on his dive target. When I said Speedle was blinking in a straight line, he got punished by Heesang. It was so messy. I think that Kaluja was expecting the EMP or something and just blow him up. Did he fuck him? He must have fucked up his dive. Does he hit the pillar? Is that what happens here? Does he get trolled by the spinning pillar? He does. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. You think when you do these stupid things, you know, there's plenty of times where I've like blinked into a wall or something, or I've got stuck in a bit of the furniture. It can happen at the highest level. Toronto, Defiant, and Shock, I definitely would have in like my top 6 teams in the Western region. Kaluja, one of the best tanks in the world, and he just bonks on the pillar. I think he's trying to use it as a bit of protection so that Heesang can't just get a clean shot on him. Like, he's using it as like some cover in the air. He bonks off it, it fucks his dive up completely. He bubbles like halfway in no man's land, and he's like, yeah, we'll just die. We'll just die. We'll bank our ults and I'll just die. He's like turns around, he's like, yeah, I gooned. I've gooned there. It's a real goon as well from the Defiant, because they had an ult advantage. They still do have an ult advantage, but Shock are getting close to their ultimates again. I didn't even notice that Heesang had just pieced out as well halfway through. So they did try and finish off the dive, but they were dead long before that. But it felt really forced. It was so early as well to go for the dive. Like, I feel like Speedly should have been pushing the cart a little bit, and almost some posturing from Collusion Hydron. Nice anti, by the way, from Finn to force Hydron away. Proper is hacked and 1 HP but lives. Proper is doing so much work, by the way. So is Speedily, to be fair. In fact, it's really weird because I don't feel like Proper and Speedily are really fighting each other. They seem to be trying to avoid fighting one another. And often you do see the Tracers dueling. They seem to be more about, I will kill your backline. Whoever kills the backline first, the fastest, is the winner. And they've had this gentleman's agreement. It's really entertaining. I imagine Ultraviolet and Finn aren't thrilled by it, though. El Presidente just keeping up the diva. A lot of free cat here. Ooh, Hydron picks off Heesang. Without the EMP either. Just manually hacking him. Huge. And again, the nanoed Proper. Big anti. They use both support ults. I didn't even notice. Was this an anti onto the rally? So Ultraviolet gets antied. How does he... Oh, he does die. OG... Oh, they get Dove as well. Thing dies... Nano's proper. And the Nano goes off. Hydron killed Heesang, we saw that. Then, in the rally... OG's going to stay alive for a while. Speedily... Proper goes to try and kill Speedily. OG kills Vindame? Where was Vindame? What the fuck happens here? I feel like there was a bit of target focus. So Proper gets nanoed, and he's in a rally. Kaluge kills Finn on the rotate, which just can't be allowed to happen if you've got Rally and a Brig with you. I honestly think Vindame just wanted to fucking brawl. I think he saw the red mist. He's like, I have Rally, I'm going to Rally, and I'm going to swing on the opposition. Because he basically just wanders through the team here. I'm pretty certain back here somewhere as they drop, Kaluge lands on them and just kills Finn. Probably with Speedly as well. I think there was actually a dive on them. Vindame spots the rally and just fucking marches up main. I'm Wing a mouse 1 as hard as I can humanly do. But walks into the entire Defiant team and dies in rally to OG's rally. Really weird. Maybe he's just trying to keep Junbin up because Junbin is always getting demeched. And he pays the ultimate price for it. And Hydron did invest the EMP into that, so... Well, they basically won one fight and took the second point. They really only used Rally and EMP, though. I guess into Rally plus Nano, it was a better trade for the Shock, but the Shock gave up the point, so it wasn't a better trade. Messy. It's the opening game of the season as well, to be fair. We would expect things to not be refined yet. Jumping got antied again. Was he hacked? Yeah, he was. So this is something Defiant have done consistently now. Hydron is focusing on hacking the tank. And immediately, as soon as he gets hacked, Ultraviolet antis him and they're just trying to get Junbin out of mech. Rather than diving one of the backlines and playing into this, you know, protect the El Presidente. They're trying to kill the bodyguard instead. Or one of them. Interesting bomb from Junbin. Goes for a reset of the mech. And Kaluge is just destroying the backline right now. Dragon got invested, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. By the way, Hydron EMP'd last fight. He's got 73% to an ultimate again. He's just farming Junbin right now. Like, he needs some sort of assistance. Okay, Heesang has gone into the Sombra too now. And this is last fight. Hydron is going to get the EMP in this fight. Jumping so low. I also went onto the Winston, by the way, because he's just got fed up being hacked constantly. Goodbye. And they C9 MM it. It wasn't really a C9 MM, because if anyone had touched there, that was their ass. They were dead, right? But 1-1 in the series. Holy shit, this... Spoiler, by the way, the series goes to 5 maps. So let's try and get a move on. I'm going to pause and I'll go to the next map. Okay, Shambali Monastery. 3rd map. Great map. Why? Because it's normally very short. I don't remember how this one finishes. We've had some substitutions again. Defiant, they've taken... their roster is breaking my brain. They put Sam back in again instead of... Not Speedily. Who's your other player? His name has just escaped all of my memory, even though it was a second ago. I don't want to look it up. I want to test my memory here. Anyway, I'll come back to it. I'll remember it in a second, okay? The Shock have swapped Junbin out for Max as well. I mentioned this before. On maps where there's a chance that they're going to play Sigma, I feel like they bring Max in. Max also can play Ramatra, as you can see. They're playing it right now. It's a really weird tank line on the Shock right now. Junbin has a really good ball. I feel like ball is his like signature hero. Max is more like playing Sigma. I don't feel like they've got a great main tank specialist. I think it's really meant to be Junbin. But Junbin sort of catches... It's kind of like a jack of all trades, whereas Max is like a Sigma specialist, I suppose. But we'll play some of the more off-tank heroes. So that's their substitution. Sam came in for... name. Hydron! I got it. Hydron. God damn it. I saw in the news today that there's a medication to reduce Alzheimer's by, like, or it reduces the growth of Alzheimer's or the progression. God, I might need to take that. Anyway. Shock are going to do a little bit of a trollery here. And I've seen teams in... I will admit, I've not watched as much Korean contenders as... I was going to say as I normally do, but actually I normally watch like a stage of Korean contenders and then let the rest of it bypass. But what little bit of Korean contenders I did catch is that some teams will run like a brawly comp. So you see this a lot on Havana first, for example. Teams will run like a Mei Ryan comp and will hold the spawn doors. Some teams have started doing this on Shambali as well, but instead of the Ryan, they run the Ramatra and the Mei. And they basically try and freeze off either this or this as they come through the spawn door. And we'll try and kill someone off. And they'll basically just try and trade away time here. They're never going to hold them for the rest of the game here. So you might say, why are they going to do it then? Because you know they're going to lose eventually. At some point, Shock are going to get a player picked. And this is so far from their spawn room. They can't fight here again. Whereas the Defiant literally spawn, like, here. Right? Well, in theory, if you take a fight here and stop them pushing the cart, we have the cart here. By the time you've respawned and got back, you can fight around the middle of the point, somewhere around here. This is normally, I don't really know the terminology yet for this map or what pros have been calling it, but it's like where when you go up the hill, you're around the first corner and there's a second corner. You can fight around here with this little high ground window. You can get a fight around here somewhere. Like, as long as you don't let them push too far up here, you're fine. Like, and then this will give you one more fight before the end of the map. So you can get 3 fights on the first point. That is the power of doing this. It's similar to why teams spawn camp Junkertown as well. You can get 3 fights on Junkertown. You get 3 fights on Havana. So even though this fight is hugely attack side favored, and it's going to give them ult charge, the idea is that you can eventually get to your ult cycle here, and also you could potentially burn. If you burn like a minute off the clock here, spoiler, I don't think they burn a minute off the clock. By the time they've got to this point, you're probably in like 2 or 3 fight territory. And if you win 2 fights, you hold them before first. Why Prop is on the soldier, I'm not entirely certain. Anyway, instantaneously, Vindane gets picked by Sam. So that kind of puts a monkey in the wrench. 7 seconds they've held them, by the way. Kalush still in the spawn room. I don't think it's a particularly great place, by the way, to try and do this. There must have been a Korean contenders team or someone like that, or a scrim where a team did this to great success. Defiant, though, are really, like, hot on this. Firstly, one of the great ways to break out of this is pick a hero that does insane damage and pick someone. Sam just headshots Vindane. It happens, right? But immediately Kalush goes onto the Winton. Winton can't really get walled off by Mei, right? He can just jump back over the wall again. Speedly immediately blinks around here and he's gone on the flank to go and chase Proper, because they're now only on 1 support. If he can even get on Finn, he's going to destroy Finn. And they sort of just burst out and immediately try and start putting on pressure on the cart. Because Max has to hold the cart here. You can't really let the cart move, otherwise this strategy doesn't work. They'll only get 2 fights here. And it'll be 2 fights at huge disadvantage. Anyway, Luge is killed proper because he gets dove. And yeah, Necro says it's dominoes. Basically true, as soon as Vindame got headshot, oh, Vindame's back, by the way, to go 0-2. And the cart hasn't even moved yet. It doesn't matter, though. That was the main reason, though, for this fight, was to burn time off. They burnt 45 seconds off. Immediately, Shock switched the comp. They switched every single piece of it. Why? Because they're at an ult disadvantage anyway. They weren't in an optimal comp. The comp was designed to hold at the spawn room. So they go into the comp they want to play, and it's this Kiriko dive comp again, with Max on the Winton now, which is kind of interesting, because I didn't think Max played much Winton. I definitely remember him on O2 Blast playing a lot of Sigma. He played a lot of Circuit Royale, a lot of Junkertown. But anyway, they're playing Mystery Hero, so that's fine. Max is getting aggressively abused. He dove in, put his bubble down, and basically just instantly dies. He runs away from his bubble. Just a bit of a clown car fight, in all honesty. I assume Property's down here. Vindame and Property are going to work the flank together. I will say Defiant are also on the same comp. It's a mirror comp right now. So they have OG helping speedily. I don't even know what Max dove here. He just dove in, gets counter dove. They bubble off his bubble so he can't get healed easily by Ultraviolet. By Finn, sorry. Just gets destroyed. Where was my nade? Where was my cleanse? Storm Arrow, by the way. Max was at, I don't know, 350 health. Not when the Storm Arrow came out, he was at 0 health. Anyway, they have nothing to hang to the cart anymore. Speedily kills Vindame. That's gone well. And I mentioned they wanted to get 3 fights here. Not if you get Giga rolled on the second fight. They got 2 fights. At a huge disadvantage, they reset the roll charge. I.e., this went really poorly. This was no bueno. Alright, very cool. Little, jump up to the window, have a shot, fall down again. Pretty safe. And that's the power of Sonic as well. The one advantage they had is the shot got bullied so much that Finn got nano pretty quickly. Only just as quick as Ultraviolet, though. So, both Wintons got nanoed. Kalush is put to sleep, though. Very nice outplay from Finn. Max also put to sleep. The life of a Winton player. However, Nano was nerfed in this patch. They're playing on the patch where Nano... I think it's if you're a tank, right, you wake up a bit sooner. It's like a second sooner. It's still a really good defensive tool. I think Anna is still insanely strong. I mean, she's been played extensively, right? But it does give the Winton a little bit more advantage. Anyway, Max did what he had to do. I will also say the nice thing that Max had there for his nano is that his nano built him up to primal, whereas Ultraviolet's nano and Kalush already had primal, so he didn't really get much value from the nano other than the threat of killing an opponent. Very nice for Max. Sees OG low. Goomba stomps him. But he's so low that he can't get back here, and an angry monkey is in a small room. Nice shield dancing from Kalush, but it still gets killed. Yeah, Necro's right. This is a very scrappy split-up fight right now. Dive can get really messy, though. Especially when both teams, dive one another, and it, flips your front line into their back line, and their front line to your back line. And it just evolves from there. Then you have, primals and nanos. Anyway, Max has got a primal advantage. Let's see what he can do with the primal. I will say at this point as well, the trades favour the Defiant. The spawn room is very slightly closer. They also use Kitsune Rush from behind. Max is playing third point. Okay, nice. Defiant used Rally, that was it. I don't know the power level of Rush versus Rally. I imagine Rush is slightly better than Rally. But I think it's a fair enough trade. So Defiant should have an ult advantage coming up. It's pretty close though, actually, now that I look at everything. Finn and Ultraviolet are going to get ults at about the same time. The big one is going to be the Primal. The best Winston players can do incredible things with Primal. And I think Kaluja's got a very, very solid Winston. Speedily, Pulse Bomb the tank. Very nice. Not a lot you can do about that. Finn nanos Vindame. Okay, so if you nano the Winston, Winston can survive through a Pulse Bomb at like full health. I was wondering why he didn't do that. He didn't have it, that's why he didn't do it. Then he nanos Vindame, I assume defensively. Oh, he nanos proper, I'm blind. I thought he had Vindame. Not the greatest nano target, but proper is very suitable nano target. He kills both backliners. Oh my god. He's mechanically so good. Still, that's another ultimate gone from the shock. Defiant are coming up to theirs. I think there was also a dragon during that. But they're going to get into this scuffed position again, potentially. I don't like that. Oh, that was ugly. A rare misplay, I think, from Ultraviolet. Oh, I was going to say it's an awkward position because you don't get as much value from your Nano and your Winston if you have Primal already because you don't build up to the ultimate. However, what happens instead is they take an early fight, the shock. They realize that they're not disadvantaged, they try and surprise them. And they hit a big anti onto the support line. They didn't see this at all. Bubbles them off. And Ultraviolet immediately nanos OG, but he's anti, so he doesn't get the heal from the nano, and he's just going to die. He's at 1 HP, gets nanoed, yeah. They probably should have just taken their lumps there. Nice from the shock. Just to as well just mention something here. Sometimes people say, like, they would say, that was great from the shock. I really like their aggression. That wasn't aggression. That wasn't a shock just fucking pushing mouse 1 and W. That's stupid. If you're in an ult disadvantage and you do that, you're just going to send yourself back to the spawn room faster, right? You're playing into the advantage of the team with the ultimates. What I like about that play there, it wasn't the aggression of it, like they fought them early. It was the fact that they went like, they're going to have an ult advantage. Therefore, we must make like a surprise. I say we must make it a surprise. We could make a surprise play here. We'll do like the nade routine. We'll nade them, anti them off, and we're just going to kill the backline of whoever we anti. If they'd missed the anti, they wouldn't have just pushed mouse 1, I think. They would have ran back again if they could. But it was a good recognition that they just caught them with the pants down, right? It wasn't just aggression, it was... I don't know. Come up with a better term for it. It wasn't aggression, it was calculated. A calculated set play. And it's going to really hurt the Defiant not having that nano. I don't mind the Sombra swap here either. Here comes Rush. Really awkward to play, and that's Ultraviolet just brutally destroyed. And it's reset. Reset City. They win that with Rush plus Pulse Bomb. Very fair. Pulse Bomb I barely count as an ultimate used. You build it up so fast. If you can win fights with one ultimate, that is like ultimate peak efficiency, right? The big ultimates being, I think for this comp, Rush, Nano, Primal. I think they're the three big ones. The Dragon can do some good work. The Pulse Bomb, you build them pretty quickly. On the counter side for the Defiant, Rally, Nano, Primal, EMP. They're your big ultimates. Oh no, this wasn't the play I thought it was. Really nice outplay. If your Anakin, you know, trade their life when they get aggressively dove, you're going to have a great time. And again, it's devolved into pure chaos. It is last fight. OG uses the rally. The Nano Max, that's fine. So the rally for the Nano. They're using everything. They want to get to this last point. That, I don't blame them. And they get the second point. Which for Shambali Monastery is really good. Heesang went to Soldier. I assume he wants to get back quicker. Yeah. Heesang's like, please send me back to the spawn room. I'd like to swap. Heesang is still on the Soldier. Interesting. I don't love this. I mentioned earlier, it's pretty good with the Kitsune Rush to have the Soldier ult the Visor, because you can really just fucking melt people down with it. But Soldier is such an easy dive target. There isn't, and he's also really susceptible to naded. Admittedly, during all of this, Ultraviolet went onto the Creek, where I think to get back to the fight faster than Anna, because, you know, you can teleport across the map, and has stayed Karika because they're 84% to a Kitsune Rush. So maybe it was sort of, I'm going to stay on this because I can't get Giga punished, but they're so susceptible to a dive here. Sam kills Vindame Rush and then immediately dove. He sang. Doesn't have much counterplay there. Who'd have thought it? How does Vindame die? Do they just disrespect it? Do they not expect the counter rush? So Vindame rushes here, which is whatever. Whatever. And Ultraviolet just instantly rushes. I don't think they thought that Ultraviolet had the rush yet. And they just get caught with the pants down, and Vindame is just obliterated. Then Heesang is also Goomba stomped. Yeah. Max Primals? What? What? By the way, Proper is still trying to perform a hero plays. He kills OG, which denies OG a certain rally for the last fight. And then kills Speedily. You know, just 2v5. Why not? What does Max Primal here? Max Primal's Ultraviolet. He must have seen like the... Nope, he teleports there. I thought he saw the teleport cooldown go. He's just given Defiant 1,000 ult bank. But he's probably made enough time for his team to get back into a 4v4. Now 5v4. Oh! No! I don't want to do this at one moment. God damn it. Nearly got me on that advert there, didn't you? Yeah, the EMP is so brutal. They had no counterplay for it, other than, you know, spreading out. Which I'll admit, they didn't really do. They all came on the same door together. I think it was a 3-man EMP. Max would love a primal right about now. Nice sleep, but it's not going to matter. Just a little bit messy. Little bit messy. Not thrilled by Max's primal at the end. But who knows how that was calmed out. If he could have killed the Kiriko, then it was worth it, probably. But she had teleport up. It's also a really awkward place to primal, and an awkward character to primal, as you can wall climb. You could have just wall climbed with the wall, and that was kind of it for you. I didn't like the soldier swap either, particularly. It might be just a special, like, pocket pick for Heesang, but if that's the case, it wasn't proper on the soldier on the first map, so they've got to a comp where I think proper is the better soldier, and devised a situation where proper was not on the soldier. Anyway. Don't worry, I don't think Wife Lever is actually going to be ran here. Finn is just playing with our heartstrings. Defiant's defense is the same thing that we saw, but instead of running the Kiriko, they're running the Brick, so it's the more anti-dive variant. And Shock go for a different look. This is the end of Overwatch 2 last season. This is the Dallas Fuel comp. I say the Dallas Fuel comp, I think Contenders team did it originally, but it's what they roughly won with. We're seeing our first instance of the Zarya. We're seeing Reaper return again. More Sombra. Bap. Lucio. The big thing about this comp, the big thing, okay, it's not quite the same either because they're not running the Sojourn, which was being ran into this comp, the Sombra. The big thing about this comp is Max can bubble proper when he TPs, and Defiant can't really do anything about that. You just have to, you know, accept that he's TPing into your backline. He can then use his abilities, possibly get another bubble again, and then he can just fade out, right? All the while, hopefully Max will get energy during this. Just the mere presence of the Dark Lord, that is Reaper, will hopefully take a bit of damage, and he will receive energy, and Max, you know, gets charged, he will do more damage. However, there is some counterplay here for the Defiant, and I think this is why we see the Sombra. One of the great counters to Reaper is D.Va. D.Va can just eat the Reaper bullets, right? Defense Matrix, very good. Why is that really annoying to Reaper? Well, Reaper gets lifesteal off his damage, so it denies him the lifesteal. He's also extremely close range, so if you put your DM over the support, Reaper is just not going to do anything. You could just eat all of it, and that's his kit. He has no other form of, like, utility to damage someone. It's why it's so good to play Reaper into Sombra, because he's so not reliant on his abilities that his primary fire does most of the work. Now, I will admit, he is reliant on the abilities to escape, but I think the idea of this comp is that they're going to TP proper in. He's going to receive a bubble from Max. Heesang is then going to hack Kaluj so he can't DM, and proper is going to obliterate probably Ultraviolet. He's still got some, though, weaknesses like Winston has. If you just whip slash with your mace to the face and push him back, that's your dive done, right? Because it's kind of like dive. So there is still some counterplay to that. Also, as soon as, you know, the Reaper gets pushed out, Reaper can't really fight the Hanzo. He's going to play on the other side of the map. It's not a fun 1v1, right? Now, people might be going like, well, the Zarya, she's got a big laser beam, and the laser beam can't be eaten by Defense Matrix. Yeah, very true. The DM cannot eat the laser beam. So in a raw 1v1 environment of Zarya versus D.Va, the Zarya will probably beat the D.Va. However, in terms of utility, D.Va is much better on the utility scale than Zarya. She basically provides 2 bubbles, and then she sits there with her thumb up her backside. She has very little mobility, as in basically no mobility. She can do like right-click like bubble jumps. It doesn't really help you that much, and you take damage doing it, so I wouldn't recommend trying to do it in a fight. But if you need to escape over a small ledge, you can bubble jump away. She's very reliant on getting into close range. What can D.Va do? She can just fly away if she really wants to. And if people don't shoot the proper bubble, then she's not going to get energy. And if she doesn't have energy, newsflash, D.Va does a lot of burst damage. She can blow up the Zarya. And when you get your ult up, you're always scared about getting eaten, because if your Graviton Surge gets eaten by D.Va, you look like a fool. Anyway, here goes proper TP in game, gets a bubble. And see you later. Exactly how I thought. Kalu just eats it. I can't see, I'd love to see this in the replay video of how much energy Max got there, but I suspect not a lot. During this, Heesang has hacked Ultraviolet. Why? Why? They can't do anything with this. Here comes Proper again. He's probably going to receive another bubble. There's his bubble. But at this point, Heesang is out. He hasn't got the hack, so why have we done this? Gets another bubble. During all this, Sam is headshot to Finn. I didn't really mention the support line, but you kind of need a Lucio for the same reason that you would want Lucio in a Ryan comp, to get your slow hero across the gap faster. Vindame can let Max actually fight with the team. And then Finn is honestly here to stay alive and heal people. I know. Kel Surprise, what great insight there. But sometimes, if you have like a shield comp, you can have your bat doing a lot of damage. Like, his DPS rivals Soldier, for God's sake. But in this comp where there isn't, like, the big shield for him to play, like, behind a Sigma shield, Finn has to play so cautiously to not get headshot by Sam. If Sam can headshot Finn, then the comp kind of falls apart a little bit, because as soon as they start taking damage, they can't heal it back up anymore, right? So they'll slowly just burn to death. Anyway, also as soon as the bubbles go down, Max can't really do anything, and now, because he's using his bubbles all for Proper, he only had 1 bubble come back up when he got pressurized. And by the time he got it up, he was at like 20 HP and died. He got 24% ult charge during this, by the way. Proper only got 32. This is pretty close to passive ult generation. Let me get the highlighter. We are 1 minute into the game. 24%, 28%, 23%, 32%, and Heesang at a whopping 37%, when we've already seen Hydron and Heesang himself building up like 75% ult charge, like every single fight. They get the EMP every other fight. They took about the time of a fight and a bit, a fight and a half, let's say. It was so scuffed. Nice scouting, they know where they're coming from. Because Max doesn't want to run up main, because he's Zarya. And dies. The life of Zarya. She just can't cross the gap. She hasn't got a mobility cooldown. She's got bubbles, but she wants to put the bubbles on Proper, so she doesn't have the bubbles for herself. And then she has pretty low health for a tank. She has got a small hitbox than most tanks, but it's not a good look. Finn doesn't even get the lamp out in time. And the worst thing about this, fuck you, other than the adverts, is that they're not even pushing the cart when they're doing this. So they're going to have to go back and push the cart again. It wasn't a good look, in my opinion. Anyway, let me pause this and play through the ad. Alright, we're back in the room. Heesang is basically playing his own game. He's got to 78% now. That was nice. Max at 37%, by the way. They nano brig? Holy shit, Finn is just... Do you remember I was talking about Peel? I feel like this is anti-Peel. OG got nanoed, and Vindane was like, I salute you, Finn, and peaced out. He just fucking went away. Probably still got killed during this by the entirety of the enemy team. And Finn is like, oh, you think your lamp is going to save you? Into nano brig. By the way, there goes the EMP as well that you've been building. Max does get a kill. He's got 50% ult charge now. But they're going to lose this fight. Come here, Finn. Do you think those shifts are going to save you now? What I will say is it's obviously the attack spawn is closer now, so they're going to have to give up some room because they did get some kills. There's 1 minute 44 left. Max has 57% ult charge. They're not going to build a Graviton at this rate. Like, there's a conceivable world where Max doesn't get Graviton Surge. Proper does get to 91% of Death Blossom, which is going to be fantastic when Kalush just holds down right-click and eats it all. They've lost the EMP, which was a big tool for them. Arguably the biggest tool for them, because if the EMP, at least Kalush, but if they can get Kalush and OG, then Proper can run amok. And the cart has not even got to the first corner yet. Here comes Rally. Hey, good news. Reaper does not do a lot into the rally. So they have to disengage again. And Max is just... I think he's built most of this charge off right clicks. Dragging through a tiny corridor. How Sam gets killed by Max, I don't know. Like, why was he so close? I guess he didn't expect him to speed out. And what is this window? I think they've windowed for Proper to fight OG? And yet, it's working. Except they have no supports left. Proper was like, I'm out. The team are like, we're in. Max is dead. He has 90% ult charge, but there's only a minute left. Hey, good news, he's going to build a Graviton Surge. I hope it's not eaten. And the cart has not gone around the first corner yet, and really not threatened to do so. However, they will give up some territory now. I think it was 3 picks. This is the fight, though. They have EMP. They can EMP Kalush and or hack him. They can then Graviton Surge, and when they've Graviton Surged the Defiant, they can Death Blossom the guy. And if anyone is threatened to go to low health, they have beat. They've built the treasure trove of ultimates. They Death Blossom EMP, they save the Grav, and just blow up the back line. I'm fine if I'm the Defiant there. Not thrilled, but... That I'm not thrilled by. Sam staggering himself. I say staggering himself, to be fair. If Sam was low, Heesang could see him through a wall. And there's no supports. I'm running to overtime. Hack Kalush so that I can grab. Demech him, we can grab. This honestly came about because of the pick onto Sam. Just yeets the grav. It's huge. It's a fucking 4-man Graviton Surge. They killed no one! No one died! Because they hadn't got enough damage. Reaper has to basically inside the Graviton Surge to hurt someone. Heesang, I don't know, was fighting the cart. And Finn didn't window. And now, the scary thing is, they've had to use both support ults, they've beated, and they're going into Rallo and Nano. Oh no, it'd be Nani, I guess, for that. Rallo and Nani, which is pretty spooky. It admittedly do Nano OG, which I think is a bit of a misplay. I guess it was just to make sure that they stay alive, but it's not really a big damage threat. It's just, I'm going to stay alive. Like, Max is only at 31% energy, by the way. I'd love to know what his average energy was. I bet you it was like... I'd be shocked if it was higher than 20%. I would even go as far to say I think it was around, like, 15%. It was so hard to build charge into this. Even looking at the comp, I would not want to play Zarya into this. Or I wouldn't be thrilled by it. Anyway, I think they're going to bully them off the point. From what I remember, they do bully them off the point. Nice bubble. 50% energy. Wow. And they get the point. EMP Death Blossom coming back up again. That's going to be a pretty hard combo to counter. But it's such a bad comp into the neutral. They're so reliant on the ultimate fights. Nail of the EMP. Nice spy checking from Speedily. Really? 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 1 second. For people saying premium, fuck that. I'm not paying any money for YouTube. Give me the replay viewer. It was in the game before. Bring it back. There's EMP, Emmanuel Hack. They're just bullying the Diva now. Didn't even use Death Blossoms. Pretty good fight, honestly. Won it with just EMP. Nice dragon just to create some space so they can get back out again. I thought for a second Speedy was going to kill himself with his own pulse bomb. He doesn't. And they're going to cap second, I think. Right? How does Finn die to that? I don't know. It's now very losable. They have to use the entire treasure trove of ultimates, but they do push through. A little bit messy from the Defiant there on second. I didn't feel like they really ever got a full reset in. Literally from when Sam got staggered by Heesang, they've barely fought 5v5. And the one time they did fight 5v5, Kalush was hacked and EMP'd and just bullied. Now Defiant can go for a switch. They're going to a Rhine-based comp. They're going for the Rhine-May comp. And immediately the Shock are like, okay, I've seen enough. We're going to start making our changes. Of all the tanks to get May walled off, possibly the squishiest one is Zarya. She is going to have real bad time if she gets walled off. Sure, she can bubble herself, but you can just blow the bubble up. Don't wait for it, just kill it. It's a 200 HP bubble. And then kill Zarya. She has no other escape tool from it. Right? And she wants to, well, at least in a comp before, she wanted to bubble up her DPS to get value. You can see that they're already swapping. They've gone to the, well, Sombra, Hanzo. I imagine this is going to be either a match onto the Rhine or they're going to play the Winton. Or the Ramattra, actually. It might be Ram because it's Max. In fact, it's almost certainly Ram because it's Max. Then Anna, Lucia. And it's a pretty good place for Ryan. Very close quarters. The wall is going to get big value. Max, why are you still in Zarya, buddy? Max gets walled off and just instantly obliterated. Kalusha's die in the process. But to be fair, he was EMP'd. Nice play from Sam. And Max goes onto the Ramattra. Why fight with Zarya, though? If he was playing Ramattra, he might have lived there. They might have kept pushing the cart. He wasn't leaving out 100% energy. If they have like nano and 100% energy, I can kind of accept it. But he has a little wet noodle beam. Anyway, they traded basically EMP for Rally. Great. OG switches over to Lucio because he sees Heesang's gone over to the Mei. They don't need the Brig anymore. And we are in full Brawl territory. Only 56 seconds though, and the Shock reset most of their ultimates, with the exception of Lucio, because Vindame has been on it the entire time. So they have a beat. Disengage, but he's just wasting more and more time, and Speedle is getting close to the Blizzard. Man, that's a fucking quick dragon for proper. Ah! I think they missed the window. I don't know what causes them to do it. It's such a good play from proper. And Heesang. This was a really good DPS play. Actually, it's Speedily that saves him. Speedily makes a humongous play here. So, realizes Heesang is not with his team. Speeds on to Heesang. I think with the intention of trying to force Ice Block so that Speedily can Blizzard Heesang and just kill them. Heesang walls off Kaluge. And Proper has the dragon, so Heesang's like, haha, you fool, you've fallen into my trap. I activate my trap card and it's a dragon. So Kaluge is going to get walled off, split from his team, including the window of Ultraviolet, by the way. Proper dragons, but what they want to do is immediately... They want to immediately ingress on him while he's in the dragon, so that he can't put his shield down, which means he takes more dragon damage. Or he can put his shield down and he dies, but gets out of the dragon, faster. Either way, he dies. Unbelievable outplay from Speedily, who must be playing slightly off-angled right now, and walls off defensively the Shock so they can't push into Kaluge here. Yeah, there. That literally saves Kaluge's life. I think he dies otherwise. Like, look, he went down to 200 HP and they made the outplay. Nano onto Max and a big disengage. I don't hate this. I think this was more... I hate. I don't hate it because it's going to get him to his Annihilation sooner. And Annihilation to a fight where the opponent has to fight into Annihilation is always going to be good. Anyway, 1 second. Fuck you, Owl, again, by the way. There's a hard disengage, but he's probably going to get Annihilation, and this is last fight territory. However, Speedily has the Blizzard. Proper tries to put his team on his back. Picks Sam immediately. Blizzard straight onto Ramattra. They beat Max. They throw a nade on him. He still dies. They threw the kitchen sink of defensive tools at Max. I don't think Max ever had the opportunity. I think he even shattered him. I don't think Max has the chance to even ult. This is good old Overwatch 1. I'm actually going to slow this down because this is the fight that decides the game. Let's say the game. This round, at least. So Max is 3% off ult. Speedily throws the Blizzard. Max misplays. He should have ulted instantly, I think. Does he get rid of the beat, by the way? He does. I still think Max should have ulted here. He would have passively gained... Sorry. He would have done damage. He would have kind of countered the male in the sense that they wouldn't want to come near him. Admittedly, it would have just been disengaged, so he would have kind of wasted his ult. But it's overtime. So what's going to happen is he's going to freeze, and when he gets frozen, he will never play Overwatch 2 on this map again. Frozen. Has his ult. Kaluge swipes at him. He's going to Earth Shatter him. He's Earth Shattered, by the way, but because the frozen animation is overlapping it, he doesn't like he's Earth Shattered, and he just can't play the game. So despite the fact that Finn threw a nade at him, was pumping heals into him, he had the beat, Didn't get to ult. He should have just ulted immediately in the blizzard. They've now lost the tank. Also, the supports came round to help him, and I think Finn has got Earth Shattered. So Finn is also going to die. So they're going to lose both their main tank and their main source of healing at the same time, right? Kaluja immediately pins him. Vindame doesn't save him this time. No slight on Vindame, by the way. He might not have had Boop anymore. And that's all she wrote for this point. He sang Blizzards. They somehow get 2 kills off this, but the spawn is so close. All Kaluja has to do is stay alive. Sam comes back out into the Genji. Fast hero. Very good for cleaning up fights. And people, again, in the comments kind of shit on Max a little bit. I don't think he played too bad this round, but it's kind of weird that they swapped him in. And it must have been maybe it was with the intention of playing the Zarya comp. But surely Hanbin could have played Zarya. It's like the lowest skill, like one of the lowest skill heroes in the game. Definitely the lowest skill tank in the game. And before you say, Winton, low skill hero. No, Zarya is definitely lower skill than fucking Winton. Pretty brain dead as tanks go. They must have had a situation. Why am I just looking at YouTube, by the way? They must have had a situation where they were intending to play Sigma. That's all I can think of. Anyway, Max is out, Junbin back in. The Defiant have swapped their attack. Sorry, the DPS around again. It's back to Hydron speedily. Hydron is pretty good at flank because he can play the Tracer, he can play the Sombra. Also very good at hit scan. I think they bring Sam in really if they're planning to play, especially like Hanzo, but some sort of projectile-based hero. And then Speedly, I think, is in for Echo Tracer. But they seem to be gesturing right now that they're going to go on to the Rhine-based comp. But they're probably going to want to swap at some point to a Monkey comp, is what I'm going to say. Alright. Hydron is going to TP them. Let's see what he goes on to after TP. Is he going to stay? He's going to stay. So this is the comp. It's very similar to the first map. In fact, it might be the same. It's the Junk Queen comp again. They are going to see this comp and turn 360 degrees and walk out, right? The Xbox 360 joke. This is the Xbox 360. They're going to turn 360 degrees and walk away. They don't want to fight the Rhine comp, the Brawl comp. They won't beat it. So I suspect we're going to get a very quick swap from the Shock. And I'm not going to talk through this again. The theory still holds true. This comp wants to brawl. There's a pretty close space at the first point at least. They're going to get out first because of the Symmetra TP. And the Shock see it. And interestingly, they don't immediately disengage it. And fucking Defiant go balls to the walls. They're like, we're coming for you, baby. And rush through. And the Shock actually have stayed on this. Now, there is a really a weird slash disgusting slash just a fact. And I don't remember exactly what it is, but if you win the first fight in Control, in Push, not Control, but it actually does hold true to Control, by the way, you are so much more likely to win at this level than if you don't. It was something like, on Control, I think it used to be 65%. I've got a funny feeling in Push it was around that number as well. It's so much more like geared towards the team who wins the first fight. So I was kind of surprised the Shock took it. I don't know if that stat still holds true when you go back to the spawn room, because the spawn room is pretty far away from the first point. But I feel like the Shock took a moment where they're like, we're not favoured in this comp, should we go back? And then by the time they had that split decision, Kaluja just TP'd in, well, not TP'd, but he sprinted into the team. He rocket charged into the team. And they were like, oh, I guess we'll fight it. But Junbin, I mentioned that Zarya doesn't want to be, walled off. I mean, who wants to be walled off? Junbin on Junk Queen has very little counterplay to being walled off. I will say the wall here is not, I'm not going to say not as bad, but you could conceivably run away from it. Like, the wall obviously doesn't go all the way across this gap. What you're probably looking at instead is a wall going for here or for here. Which means that Junbin, if he saves his commanding shout, might be able to speed away and run around the wall and get back to his team. But if he gets caught like over here or something and walled here, that's his ass. He's just going to die. There's almost no survivability. If Finn TPs and cleanses, then Finn will die for it, and Junbin will probably die. It's just horrible. The way that Shock are going to have to win this is Junbin is basically going to always have to stay on the back foot. He's going to have to keep backing and backing and backing because he won't win the brawl versus Kalush. He has to keep poking him. Heesang and Proper are just going to have to take an angle and they're going to have to obliterate someone. If they can kill Ultraviolet, the survivability of this comp falls apart. And then, at that point, Junbin can start assassinating people. If they can get OG as well, then conceivably Junbin could run in, just obliterate Ultraviolet with a shout plus an axe, plus, you know, some extra cooldowns from the rest of the team. And again, that could lead to a win condition. But until they get that pick, they can't match tank to tank. The front line is so much stronger. Defiant TP onto the back line. Junbin is like, I'll save you team, I'll commanding shout you for speed. You don't have it yourself now, so they're going to focus on Junbin. Goodbye, Junbin. Use his cooldown to save the rest of the team. He couldn't afford to do it. He can't escape anymore. And I don't want this to seem bad on Junbin, because if he didn't shout there, his backline was dead. They were just on a bad comp. Junbin goes into Doom, which is an interesting pick. So we've not seen Doom, and in fact, on the stats of heroes played in the tank role, Doom is the lowest picked right now. There are some reasons for this. He's unbelievably inconsistent. And that is the numero uno reason. When I talked about all the dive tanks before, I kind of just forgot about Doomfist. His slam is super inconsistent. His, what's it called now? His power block, I think that's what the ability's called, is so easily countered by either not shooting him, or in getting slept, or in getting hacked. And unfortunately, Sombra is very prevalent right now, so that means Doomfist is never going to be good. I mentioned Reaper is not necessarily an ability-based hero. Like, he can play pretty much at his, like, highest level without his abilities. Doom is the opposite. If Doom has none of his abilities, he is worthless, basically. Like, he has, like, a little shotgun fist, that's it. He has none of his ability cooldowns. He doesn't have his, like, blocking abilities. It's miserable. What I will say about him is he's pretty good into Rhine comps. It's probably his one niche good comp. Because they want to play close together. That is the answer. Doom can punish, he can disrupt people on, like, transitions. At some point, this comp, especially with the sim, they're going to TP onto someone and be all five of them together. If Junbin can have power, his power fist charged via taking enough damage during power block and or ulting, and punches people coming through the TP, he punches one person coming through the TP, he's going to hit all five people for a huge amount of damage and stun everyone, and they can pick them off. That is the Shock's win condition to this comp. Alternatively, he's going to get a charge, punch one, and they're going to try and assassinate a support. Now, you might go like, oh, it's very inconsistent to punch people. Yeah, that's true as Doomfist. Pretty inconsistent to punch people. When the comp is clumped together, though, not as bad. You can sometimes miss the target you're going for and hit someone else, and you're thrilled. Also, if you get a superpowered punch, it has a bigger AoE effect, so you don't actually have to hit the target you want to kill. Like, Junbi could punch Kalush, and if OG's near him, OG will get smacked against the wall and Junbin will kill OG instead. Or, you know, Ultraviolet. Same holds true for all of them. Mei has a pretty big hitbox. You can punch Mei. And again, the same holds true. If you hit Mei, you're going to hit someone else nearby. So that's what Shock are going to try and do. They're going to try and disrupt people with Junbin, and Proper and Heesang are going to kill the people that get disrupted. It's basically like a dive comp. And there's not a lot the Defiant can do about it. They haven't got the Sombra. They haven't got an Ana, for example, to just sleep through the power block. All the heroes are pretty close range, so as long as Junbin has one of his cooldowns, his mobility cooldowns, he can always escape from this comp. You can also do some little fun plays. The Doom into Rhine matchup is pretty fun. It's a little bit weakened now that Rhine, and I say now, it's been months since this change happened. It's even a year since this change happened. Before Rhine could cancel his charge, and actually when Doom was in the DPS slot, You could bait out a Ryan charge by threatening to punch him, then cancelling the punch because Ryan couldn't cancel the charge, right? You had to go through and you would hit a wall. And namely would go into the other team. But you can bait charges out of Ryan's and stuff, so you can do some like little fun niche stuff with Doom. I don't hate it, but as I said, the problem is he has to get Power Fist, number 1. Then he has to punch someone, number 2. And then you also have to hope there's no Doom bug where it just slides off the wall. If you can meet those 3 criteria, he could get some value here. You can just see him, he's trying to get his Power Fist up. It's really hard. The other shame about this comp, and I think maybe why they went towards this comp, they gave up so much ult charge swapping their entire... Like, they swapped around their DPS, right, and the tank. I think they wanted to keep the support ults. Proper doesn't kill him with the Pulse Bomb, they get a Blizzard off. They're just throwing ults in, because Defiant are thrilled by this. They're arguably not on the best comp now, but they know that when they lose, they can swap to the better comp. So, as I said, they're getting slowly taken apart. Still pushing the bot, by the way. But they burnt through all their ultimates immediately. And you see Hydron straight away. Sombra. Junbin will not play the game anymore. Not allowed. No abilities for you. Heesang is built up to a Blade. Getting value in Blade in 2023 without the Nano, pretty hard. There is no defensive ult, so we'll see what they can do. Immediately Toronto go to the dive comp. Junbin actually gets sped back to spawn. I think he even had his ultimate. Did he have his ult? Or did he lose it? Oh, he used it, sorry. They speed Junbin back because they're like, nope, fuck this, I'm not playing Doom into this comp. And I'm going to give up a little bit of bot progression here. But it's worth it to be on a better, actually viable tank line. So we're now dive versus dive. But it's this time Sombra versus Genji. I say that Doom is very reliable on his cooldowns. Another hero very reliable on his cooldowns, Genji. So I think Heesang is going to Blade and go into Sombra. And we're going to go into the mirror comps. Who is Heesang going to Blade here? Probably Kaluge, honestly. Well, now this might look stupid, but I'm not going to blame Heesang for this. How Junbin got instantly obliterated, he must have been hacked, right? Yeah. So he got hacked and blown up by the opposition. You might say, like, why did Heesang Blade? He doesn't want to be on this hero anymore. It would have been a waste to have another fight. So he's tried to Blade someone, even up the fight, maybe kill Kaluge. If you can kill Kaluge, it's a 4v4 mirror. Except you're on Genji. Kills Ultraviolet. Now he starts swinging on Kaluge. Proper picks up Kaluge though, so this is now even. Speedly does some great work. Speedly played so well this series. The more and more I see of Speedly, the more and more I'm impressed by him, honestly. Everyone was low, to be fair. But still. Heesang has gone on to the Sombra now, so we're on mirror comps again. Pretty similar on the old ult charges as well. Except for Beat. It'll be interesting to... I guess it's also EMP now. Hydron is building EMP very quickly. It'll be interesting to see if they do a Beat engage here. I will say, it's a bit late for me to be saying this, I'm not thrilled by some of Heesang's positioning on the Sombra. Like, I feel like Hydron plays it so much more aggressively than Heesang. Like, going into that fight then, and I'll just say watch out for it as the rest of this match goes on, Heesang plays pretty defensively. Like, it's very rare for him to TP out. He seems to want to always be in the fight and always trying to build the EMP charge up from being, like, a contributing factor of the fight. But it seems very, like, one-directional from the shot. There's a point there where Heesang was on the bot, Proper was, like, in the side room by the bot, the support line was behind him, and then Jumping was in front. Like, it was very narrow, like it's a little triangle. And I feel like the Defiant more are willing to let Hydron, you know, like, Hydron will be behind someone, and Speedly's on the flank here, and Kaluge is diving into your front line, and OG's over here with Kaluge, and Ultraviolet is peppering. Like, they think it looks like they take more angles, and the shot play a little bit more defensive. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just a different play style of the comp. Anyway, they beat the rush. I didn't really love the Finn. I didn't love the rush from Finn either. They've just used Bubble, they've just used Dive. Proper is pulse bombed, and they use their rush. But Junbin's backing out already. Like, he's used his big cooldowns. He doesn't want into this fight anymore. It's so easy if they wanted to just disengage us to disengage it. Instead, Ultraviolet counter rushes, and OG just beats it. I guess for the shock they'll take this. I think they're going to run over now. Proper lives and gets a kill. Hydron kills Vindame. Very messy. And then Finn goes over to Moira, by the way. So the Shock do this a lot. And I guess we'll talk about it as the fight progresses. But they do clean them up eventually. And Vindame beat it! When did Vindame beat? So Finn had died, so he beat it. Oh, he beated the EMP. Alright, fair enough. Or vice versa. Nope. They beat EMP'd. So that's the worst case scenario. Expensive fight though, that was beat, rush. There was a pulse bomb in there somewhere, I'm sure. EMP. However, Shock spent rush, beat. Not EMP. Did spend a pulse bomb. So they'll have an EMP coming up. But if they can get the point, then this was worth it. But they don't want to give it them. The Shock refuse to give it them. They're fighting a 3v4 to not give them the point. And they give them the point anyway. Very risky. I'll say unlucky, but also, I guess, a little bit bad for Kaluge. He brought Primal to try and kill Finn and doesn't really do anything with it, so he just wastes his Primal. I guess it gives him the point, so... You could argue it was worth it, but I feel like that they've now spent basically 2 ults, more than the Shock, including some... I mean, they spent their entire ult bank, right? There's no ults left. And I feel like they would have just killed both the DPS and the support, or at least they would have eventually got the bot without the Primal. If they got a pick, if he killed Finn, then it was worth it, but... Really expensive. And they're going to get EMP'd now. Nice from Junbin. Body blocks Kaluge. Kaluge gets out of this still. And Heesang dies. Had the EMP, by the way. And Kaluge was body blocked at 200 HP, but they let him jump into the Mega. Nice pulse one from Proper. But speedily trades it out. Finn doing a little... Finn doing a little bit of DPS Moira. Apologies. So, I guess we should start to talk about the Moira. I think a lot of people, well, before Life Weaver was introduced, I think the consensus now is Life Weaver is the worst support. The consensus was Moira is the weakest support. She doesn't have much utility. She doesn't do much DPS. Her ultimate is pretty mediocre. Like, it's not as good as any of the other support ultimates. Support ultimates typically are very high value. The one nice thing about Coalescence, or at least it used to be, was it built by far faster than any other ultimate in the game, so sometimes you would run Moira to get a tempo ultimate in the first fight so that maybe you would get that initial point percentage on like control point or something. And then eventually when, you know, you got picked apart by their ult cycle, you'd swap the Moira back out. The other nice thing about Moira, when I talked about diveable characters, Moira is one of the better self-sustaining, undiveable supports, if that's even a thing. It's still really scary into this comp, though, because if she gets hacked at any point, she is so squidgy. You could say there are other supports as well, like if Anna gets hacked, she's pretty squishy. Brig gets hacked, she's somewhat squishy, but at least she has some passive healing. Like, she doesn't have the DPS to, you know, she can't just fight back. If she gets hacked or EMP'd, she's very diveable. If she isn't hacked or if she fades during the hack, she can stay alive pretty well. She's very mobile. She can go into the high ground in this middle point and cut herself off from the other supports. The other thing she does really well is she can pee all over a team, or at least I call it pee. And it does an AoE heal, so she can pump out insane healing stats. What I'll say is weird about it is you typically, in the history of Overwatch, when Moira has been meta, you ran Moira into brawl comps, or at least a Winston comp that we were more willing to brawl with, like a Winston Reaper comp. And you would just deathball with the Moira, where she can just pee on all her team and get huge value from peeing on people, and throwing the health orbs. With this dive comp, normally you don't have people close together. Like, Heesang will be doing his own thing, Prop will be doing his own thing. So really, Finn is here to heal Junbin, like he's his own personal heal bot, and will probably heal Vindame as well. That being said, I did mention the Shock's dive comp seems way more defensive. Like, Heesang plays with the team more often than not. So perhaps the Moira look of the Shock comp is because they play it more defensive, so it's actually more valuable. Like, hell, Finn has basically gone in one fight and has nearly got ultimate, so they're building the coalescence very quickly. And it can turn, you know, it definitely turns a neutral fight into your favor. But you wouldn't see, I don't think any other team has ran the Moira before. But the Shock do it a lot. They ran it in the Prom as well, into like some really weird comps, to be honest with you. Like, I think they were running like Moira Anna at some point, which I don't think I've ever seen any team ever run at like a high level at least. In rank, that's a different story. But it's really interesting that they seem to have this pocket Moira pick. I don't know what to think of it. I think it's not... I don't think it's the best pick. I don't think it's necessarily the worst the way they play. I think it would look worse in the Defiant comp than it would in the Shock comp. I think that's the best way to put it. Anyway, Heesang has just EMP'd. He hits Ultraviolet. I think just Ultraviolet. Yeah, one man EMP. It gets beat off as well. So not a huge amount of value, and Junbin dies during it. I assume he got hacked by Hydron. And it's been looking pretty bleak. Finn, other thing that I should have mentioned about, I guess, the Moira is because it's not particularly aim intensive and you got lifesteal on your suck, you can like 1v1 a Tracer, and it's pretty hard for the Tracer to actually beat you in the 1v1. You can only live long enough that your team can then come back and assist you. Let's put it that way. So there is a lot more survivability in the Moira. Nice from Proper as well to pick up Speedily. Speedily had 2 blinks. And Ultraviolet did not help him there. Bit of a misplay. I think they were setting up for the rush. So a little bit of a lack of communications, but Speedily shouldn't have died there. Speaking of shouldn't have died there, Heesang gets killed by Kaluge. I assume the translocator got found and he was dove upon, maybe hacked as well. Moira is peeing all over everyone. Other downside to Moira, by the way, she doesn't like prolonged fights. Because eventually her bladder empties and she runs out of pee. So you don't really want to be peeing all over the place like she just was. Because you'll run out of pee and then that's your healing gone. Well, it seems to be fine here. They're slowly taking them apart. Heesang, by the way, has gone over to Reaper and not Sombra. He's had enough of the Sombra. I think it was fair to say that Hydron is having the better of the matchup between Heesang and Hydron. Again, no disrespect to Heesang, by the way. Hydron is a tippy-top elite player. What this will do now, and I mentioned this before when I said about the Moira pick, this is more Death Ball now. The Reaper is going to play with the Winston. He's going to get huge value from the Moira heal. Winston is going to be so hard to kill into the Toronto Defiant comp. Everyone says, like, why are you playing Winston into Reaper? You can play around it as the Winston player, but it's pretty miserable. He's going to be in your bubble, and he's going to be shooting you, and he will not die. And you have a big hitbox. So Kalush is forced to Primal. He's trying to split Heesang off, who also got hacked. He had 1,050 health, by the way. It's gone. In like 3 seconds of Heesang being there. And by the way, Heesang's now got 81% ult charge. He's had a fight and a half. He just gobbled up that health. Nom, 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 nom. That's what he was doing to the Kalush ultimate. The converse of this, though, now is Hydron is kind of free to do whatever he wants. And Reaper, again, is somewhat diveable when he's hacked. I would say probably not the first choice, but if you can get Hydron and speedily on Heesang, Heesang will probably die. I'm kind of surprised at this point. I know I memed a little bit about the nice beat, by the way, from OG to keep his team alive. I'm kind of surprised Kalush stays on the Winston here. It feels like they should have just instantly gone to the Diva variant of this comp. I'm not even saying with the Brig as well. I think the Lucio is fine to keep taking more and more fights and push. Lucio very good on push, by the way, for that very reason. But if you can eat the piss orbs from Moira, you can eat the lifesteal damage from Heesang, I think Kalush would get so much more value onto the Diva. I guess the problem with that, though, is then that Heesang immediately goes back over to the Sombra. But you have the advantage right now. So they could give up a fight to put themselves on a better comp and then swap back onto the better comp again after that. Huge Death Blossom, also a huge advert for Specsavers. One moment. Replay viewer, by the way. A triple kill kills. How do you kill Sombra Tracer or the Death Blossom in Reaper? I have no idea. But it was an expensive ult from the shop. They used everything but Primal. And they probably started the fight with Primal. In fact, they jumped in Primal when Kalush Primaled. It was probably the previous fight. Anyway. Ultraviolet rushes. That's what he'll want back. To be fair, so the beat is over, Kalush is low. So I think Ultraviolet honestly rushes to keep Kalush alive. And because everyone wants to play in the rush, this is how they die. Everyone wants to play in the rush, they clump back together. And Heesang Death Blossoms the rush immediately. Very nice play from the Shock, actually. I like that. Great value from Death Blossom into what shouldn't be a comp that gets, great value into. He waited for the one moment where the dive comp wants to play close together in rush and punishes them. That's fine. I thought Ultraviolet rushed a little bit later than he did. It was fine. Kalush, I still think should have gone into the Diva here. I can understand why he wants his Primal. Primal is a very good ult. They have also got EMP. So they can probably blow someone up. But Heesang is causing problems on the Reaper. They don't want to let them have this point either, but it's hard to get in right now. Hydron just can't get in. They just EMP Junbin, fine. He had Primal. I can live with that. Also, he hit Vindame. But Vindame lives with his life. As opposed to living with someone else's life, I suppose. Finn also dies from it. And there's 50 seconds left. But they stopped them from capping the point. Which is huge, because now, if the Shock win a fight, they have to cap the point, and it'll give time for Defiant to respawn. OG has to speed back Ultraviolet. That's fine. It basically comes down to this fight. OG gets hard focus. Ah! Cries in American. Ultraviolet doesn't get the beat in time and dies to Proper. Again, people shit on Ultraviolet a little bit here in the Overwatch chat, saying like, what the fuck is he doing here? Kaluj is getting absolutely obliterated. He's in a bubble with Heesang, Finn, and Proper. He had to TP and save him. Kaluj, and you can see him TPing him right now. Kaluj went too aggressive here. I guess the counter to that is he went in aggressive because he has Primal. So Ultraviolet shouldn't have followed him. There goes Primal, but Ultraviolet now is TP'd in, doesn't have any more cooldowns. Also has used his... it was his fault, I guess. He also used his cleanse. OG has to beat it. Kaluj doesn't even get the beat. So it's a 3-man beat, doesn't keep Ultraviolet alive. And now they just have Lucio heals. You run for the hills. Fortunately, Ultraviolet has respawned before overtime, so he doesn't get overtime spawns. Not as fortunate for OG, who gets chased down and he's got overtime spawns now. Speedily killed by Heesang, and that's game. And I say game. This map is game. I feel like the Defiant had it in their hands like the entire time and just fumbled the bag. Ah. Small things though at this level make humongous differences. Anyway, whoops. You get a little bit of behind the scenes there. Let me pause and I'll go to the final point. Alright, so map 5, back to Control, back to Oasis. Just a reminder again, it wasn't loser's map pick, it was a preset map pool. So this map arguably doesn't favour either team. Maybe it does favour one over the other. I'd argue at this point it favours Defiant, because I think Defiant looked better on their Sombra Tracer Dive, and this point is very good for the Sombra Tracer Dive. Mirror comps, by the way. We have Anger instead of Kiriko. Double Winton. Double Tracer, double Sombra, double Lucio. Shock get up to the high ground first, I mean, it's just given up by the Defiant immediately. To be fair, the high ground with this comp, not that important. It's nice to have Finn up here for healing, but he immediately just gives it up. And they are rotating around the map, putting pressure on Heesang. OG kills Finn. Housed. Housed. Did Finn die? I think it's happening in the background, but I'm not entirely certain. Actually, maybe it's happening in the foreground. So Finn is 1 HP around this corner, because I saw Finn and Vindame coming around together. Something has chunked Finn, I don't know what it was. I just assume he got caught on rotation around here. And he's going to pay for it with his life. Yeah, the Tracer was there. Very messy. The Winton is fighting his own little battle with Tracer. I'm not entirely certain why the Shock went so aggressive on the rotate then. I think they tried to catch Defiant out by surprise, because normally the team that loses the high ground rotates around to the Mega by the like the motorway section, whatever you want to call it, the coast section. I think they tried to speed Finn into a position to anti someone, and then they were going to dive on that anti-target. But they got caught in the rotation, it got scouted, and Finn was just obliterated. Anyway, he's gone on to Kiriko now. They seem to have problems keeping the Ana alive into a dive mirror comp. Proper reset there. I know he looks funny. He went into traffic on purpose. He was getting chased by the entire team, and we're going to get hacked and killed, so he just blinked into a car and died. Now, I mentioned way ago, hours ago even, because I've taken so long to go through this VOD. This map is a real ball ache to recap when you're playing double flanker plus like a dive tank, like a Winston or a Ball. Because teams can just constantly tap this point, and there's so many ways to stay alive from the point, and it's massive. It's hard to cap it. However, they just get bullied off the point of the Defiant by the shock. OG dies. They definitely could have stalled out for more than this, though. They just gave that up. What a fucking limp lettuce fight that was from the Defiant. I know I talk about, you don't want to be staggered, which they're also getting staggered, by the way. You can get 30 or 40% ult charge in this fight by just staggering. Make the Shock use some ultimates to win the fight. They used nothing. That was just a neutral fight. Junbin happened to land on Hydron then and scouted him. That's pretty funny. It didn't really matter, but... Anyway, we're going to have 5 ults apiece here. Heesang fought out temporary advantage for the Defiant, and they make it count. Junbin is punished. Doesn't even get to Primal. I think he was hacked. Big hack on the backline from Heesang. Defiant, as I said, still have advantage. Nice EMP, hits proper, gets killed by the Primal. But, like, look at the comparison right now. Both teams have won one fight. The Shock are at 53% ult charge. They're just staggering onto the point. Keep tapping it. And they're forcing the Defiant to use ultimates doing it. Junbin is Primal to hold this point even longer. Vindame is coming to the point. Junbin is going to stay alive for a little bit longer. Finn is going to heal him back up. Bubbles. Like, they just refuse to give it up. They force the pulse bomb. They force EMP. Here comes beat. Here comes a counter beat. Counter rush. Like, Defiant have to use their entire ult bank to take this fight. They arguably have won this fight. They won this fight at maybe 30%. It's now 79%, and they've taken the map. Sorry, they've taken the point control, used every ult in the bank. Shock rebuilt their EMP. This is a tale of, like, C9s at the moment. It's C9 double Ms for the Toronto Defiant. They did it on the first map on Control. They didn't really do it on this map, but it was the same principle, right? They just let them flip for free. Anyway, Hydron is, I guess, scouted and killed. How did Hydron die? It's already long enough. I'm trying to let this play out a little bit faster now. Did he get hacked? Does the Translocator get found? He's not hacked. Someone must have found the Translocator. Or he just got burst down so quickly he couldn't push the Translocator in time. But I don't think that was the case. I think Heesang found it. Replay viewer, by the way. That would allow me to actually decide what happened. Now Defiant pushing the point, flipping their time on it and off it. Do you think the Shock was scared to use an ult? No, they just instantly fucking EMP. They're like, give me this point back. At this point, both teams have won the same amount of fights. And the Shock are going to get to 99 before Defiant get another fight here. Oh, I think, Hydron was scouted by Heesang. They found the Invisible Sombra, and that is going to be the map, I think. Or at least this point of the map, sorry. Hydron only got 81% to the EMP. Huge pickup from Proper. But it was with Heesang as well. They were just running around together causing mischief. And, by the way, Finn was playing aggressively on the flank too. They're really just leaving Vindame and Junbin to do their own thing. OG Star kills Heesang, sure. Vindame trades speedily. And they're basically just staggering on to the point now, Defiant, to keep the fight going. Nice juggling from Junbin. I think he's looking for Hydron. Finds Hydron. They know the EMP is the loss condition. They're just trying to put pressure on him. He gets it off, and It's close. Here come the Defiant ults. Beat the rush. Vindame has beat, though. But they trade back over again. Very nice. However, they're going to have to win into beat EMP. They have rush, but you know what happens when Ultraviolet rushes? You all come close together to fight. Interesting swap as well. Junbin goes off Winston onto the Jungle Queen. I mentioned, and this is going back to the very OG part of the video, not a fun time to dive, can really mess Kaluge up. Holding together, keep your team alive with the commanding shout, with the beat, and just run over someone. By the way, during all this, I forgot Ultraviolet swapped off Ana onto Kriko. Kriko, much better at surviving the dives than the Ana. And when you're kind of locked into playing the Lucio because it's control, then more survivability is typically better. Anyway, the EMP just tear them apart. I don't think the jumping switch actually makes a huge bit of difference. He can probably survive on the point a lot better than Kaluge on Winston, or him on Winston, I guess, to be more accurate. But they just... The difference was the C9MM. Defiant gave them the point for free. The shock made them work for everything. This has been an interesting point as well, Gardens, just for, in general, consensus for the map pool. This used to be completely dominated by dive comms. Fighting over this high ground was hugely important. During this Owl season, a lot of teams have moved towards the Rhine rush-based comps, or at least a rush-based comp, where one team will try and get across this bridge as quickly as they can. They'll go through inside across the bridge and try and fight them on the stairs on the other side. This is like one of the few maps in the game where you can actually see dive versus rush. I think it's a really cool map because of that. And we're going to see a few little differences. Again, we're seeing the Sojourn on Defiant. I think this is again to predict the dive. It means Hydron has a lot of self-survivability. If he is dove, he can just slide away. Then we're playing the kind of the rush core of Lucio, May to ice wall someone off, and the Reinhardt. And then they're playing Bap. Bap very good at AoE healing. He will do well healing both Speedy and Kaluge. Also, the window's pretty nice for Hydron, but Hydron is probably going to play his own game to some degree. Like, he's going to play his own angle. And if he's ever attacked, like, you can already see it now. Hydron is over here, way behind the rest of his team. Hydron's going to probably play in this area, shoot up towards here. He might even dash and jump up with his team, which I think would be foolhardy, but he might do it. Whereas the rest of the team are going to go across this bridge and fight here. If you want to get to Hydron, you have to go through these guys first. And eventually, once they've cleared this high ground, the tank line will either push into here or drop and then fight round here. And Hydron will probably take the high ground and just shoot them into here. Makes sense, right? Conversely, what are the Shock going to do? They're playing a very interesting dive. Again, it's more... I don't want to say it's more Death Ball. They're not playing like the Moira with it. It's got the Reaper element in this again. So what I'm expecting to happen is Reaper is going to TP up here or something. Oh, sorry, to be more accurate, here, sorry. Where it's hard for people to see that he's going to come up here and he's going to try and assassinate someone in the back line. He's going to hit them with something like, you know, his primary fire. I say something. They're going to hit him with primary fire. Proper is then going to dash into them. Junbin's going to dive on top of them as well. But this comp doesn't want to rush onto the high ground. They don't want to take a melee fight with the Reinhardt. Instead, what is going to happen is they're probably going to stay inside of here, trying to take as little poke damage as he possibly can, whilst putting a bit of poke back. And then as the point unlocks, and maybe the Defiant make the move back towards the point, because they can't really touch the point and, you know, come off the point again. Whereas Proper can do it. He can just keep going on and off, on and off, on and off. There's not a big mobility here as in Defiant, with the exception of Sojourn, but hers is on a long cooldown versus Genji. And I say on and off, I mean like, he can walk off and wall climb back on again. You know what I mean? So at some point, the onus is going to be on Defiant to take a fight, and when they do take the fight, Junbin is going to probably try and dive over, and I think Hydron is going to be numero uno target. But if they can kill Ultraviolet, he would be the best kill. But dive Hydron, force his slide, and then Proper will probably try and kill him from then on, or Heesang will do it. Let's see how it plays out. So Proper comes up to the high ground. They're not actually playing it the way I thought they would do. The Defiant have decided to play it more like an icebreaker, where they've decided to not take damage, not going to take poke, we're going to play safe until the control point unlocks, because there's no point in our comp fighting until the control point unlocks. But as soon as it does unlock, we're going to stand on the point and make you fighters on the point. They've not tried to get Hydron set up. And the Reaper comp has just walked up. The Defiant have seen their comp now and they've actually started to make the rotation they talked about. Vindame is in the Lucio Reddit spot. He wants to boop someone off the map. The Defiant are like, nope, we're going to speed back round to the point. But they're kind of just stood there twiddling their thumbs right now. Kalush really can't swing on anyone in this comp. And he's just getting poked and poked and poked. Proper received a fire strike. How did Heesang die here, by the way? Did he just get pinned TPing? What the fuck happens? I did think Heesang of anyone was going to be the one to die first, but not for... He got icicled in the head, I think. He has a little bit less defense than the rest of them. I thought it was going to be Kalush speeds onto Heesang after he's used his fade, and that's going to be his ass. He just got headshot. Headshot, body shot. And Defiant win the point first. And they're going to make a swap. Finn has gone onto the Ana, reasons as mentioned before. The Defiant comp wants to play close together. They're going to play into that side room. If you get a nade onto them, they're dead. Also, they have Blade. Nano Blade, very good. Anyway, Hydron is up here just peppering away. Really, at this point, Kalush is just a bystander until the Shock make a move. Really good disengage from the Shock then. They did a, like, I think what people would call a soft dive or a shallow dive. Jumping doesn't go all the way in. How does Finn get up here, by the way? So Junbin dies, puts a bubble down immediately, and then just drops back off the high ground. Oh, Finn just walks up the stairs and tries to answer the opposition. But the Defiant are aware of that occurring, and they just immediately drop back down. How Finn survives there is a miracle to me. And now, this is not what the Ryan comp wants to be doing. They're all on the ground getting poked by Heesang, who's now on the Sojourn as well. I didn't notice that swap. He has the high ground. Genji has the high ground. Vindame has the high ground. And they're just going to catch them on the rotation. I think there was an anti in there as well. Ultraviolet had the lamp. He windowed as well to try and keep people alive. Really nice dive versus rush there, though. Dive waits for a rotation, gets a nade off, picks people off. The rush waits for a cooldown to go down and just speeds on that person and kills them. It's honestly very similar to dive. I know it sounds stupid, it's a Reinhardt versus a Winston. What is Ryan but a horizontal diver, right? He just closes the gap horizontally. Nade into the corner, not there. Good luck. Cleave from the Winston. Look at how many people he's hitting right now. Gets earth shattered. Gets saved with beat. Junbin can't play the game right now. He's also slept. Gets primal. Uh-oh. He still can't get close. Look at the saves on Junbin. They play that so nicely, the Shock. Here comes Proper with the Blade. OG used the beat. This is potentially the match. Let's go back over this slowly. This is the match, I think. All the way back to the beginning, because Defiant had a big ult bank into this fight. So Ultraviolet goes off BAP, which is kind of interesting. He goes on to Kiriko. Also, let me turn the light on. It's been so long the sun has gone down during this recording. So he goes on to Kiriko. I think the intention is Kalusia's going to Earthshatter and swap over to the Winston comp. So they're just preparing for that to occur. And Ultraviolet can get the ult charge. Also, not the worst thing to have a Kiriko with a Ryan comp. Not the best. She can't really put the healing numbers up that BAP can. But they have beat, so they can beat engage as well. Let me slow all of this down to a snail's pace. So immediately Finn, he doesn't want to play close to the rush comp. He gives up the high ground and just runs away. He's waiting for a nade. He kind of misses the opportunity, honestly, to catch the cross. I think he just assumes they're going to be in the corner a bit longer, but they're not. Now, most people in this situation, 98% to a blade, would save the nano for the blade, not the shock. And I think this is always a really, really smart play. And I'd recommend people try and do this in the rank game, potentially. Don't get too much ego on the blade. Finn nanos Junbin, this forces OG to beat. If you'd nanoed the blade, OG would have beaten it and he would have traded into 2 ults. Instead, he only trades the nano for his beat. So Junbin is going to get nanoed. Nice pin from Kaluj. I don't know why he cancels it. I guess that he doesn't want to pin across the map. And he was just trying to create space off the pin. I don't think he got slept by Finn. Did he? It happened too quick. Did he get slept? No, I know what happened. He cancels it because he sang Pops at overclock, so he needs the shield for his team. Hydron is very close to the O shield. Also got chunked down pretty heavily during the dive. They burst the bubble, and Junbin gets Earth Shattered. This is the go button for the Defiant. They blizzard him as well. And they beat. A criticism I'll say with the Defiant, and I think this is the reason why they lose this fight. They possibly should have waited like a second on the blizzard. Because this 1 second, I think, is what decides that Junbin lives. He instantly blizzards Junbin. And he overlaps the stuns. OG beats. And they're just smacking Junbin. Look at his health pool, by the way. He goes up to 1200 health there. No primal, by the way. He's nanoed, he's beated. He gets slept. He can't play the game. 200 HP, 155, and he pulls primal. And goes back to 1000. If they had blizzarded half a second later, Junbin dies. And Defiant win this fight. Because Bane would have got no value off the beat. Finn would have got no value off the nano. He sang, also was Earth Shattered in this, by the way, I think. Or at least it looks like it was Earth Shattered because he's still got the stars around his head. He's certainly been stunned in some way. And all of this resources the Defiant have spent, because they also overclocked, they didn't kill Junbin with an overclock, blizzard, and shatter, and beat. It's crazy. The peel was crazy on this. And who saved their ultimate? Proper. Proper can now freely blade. There's no beat anymore. And all he needs to do, he doesn't need to get the showy 5k on the blade, or a nano blade. If he gets 1 kill, this blade was worth it. Junbin is still getting chunked down, by the way. He must have taken like 3k or 4k effective damage during this. It was unbelievable. Corral them back together. This comp wants to play close together. Big anti, go time. Proper pulls the blade immediately. OG's dead. 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 No ice block. Dead. What a great fight. The Shock played this so well. They deserve to win the match off that fight. They play it so well. Kaluj goes over to the Winston. They're swapping to the Winston dive comp. It's at 60% ult charge. They reset all their ults. I mean, they basically had nothing anyway, so it was fine. So I don't begrudge the fight, by the way, of using 4 ults in that fight. It made the Shock use 5 ults. And now they have to get huge value off the rush, but they're in a situation now where the Shock can just build up an ult bank. And they have to keep being efficient, whereas Shock don't necessarily need to be. They're getting chunked down so much. Good rush, run away. Jumping gets killed. Very nice play from Ultraviolet. Mechanically, very gifted player. And they're just going to get it to 99, and that's good enough. 95 is fine. Get ult charge. Heesang swaps over to the Sombra instead, and Proper over to the Tracer. You don't really want to play the Genji into the Sombra comp. Speedily built up a Pulse Bomb in one fight as well. Crazy DPS, by the way, on the Toronto Defiant. Finn also built a pretty quick nano here. Hydron gets killed pre-fight. They must have spotted the Translocator. And Heesang Proper killed him. In fact, they're both together. They found the Translocator and killed Hydron. When people say, sometimes when they accuse DPS, and I might even do this, they've been like, ugh, point-and-click adventure players. This has been won by some really smart DPS play. They hunted down Translocator, they're aware of where certain Translocator spawns are, and they hunted down Hydron in this fight. And Hydron has played so well in this series. A bit of brain diff from the DPS. They're still making a fight of it though. OG gets a quick beat, kills the backline. No more backline for the shock. But the survivability is insane. By the way, I think Junbin just killed the Translocator of Hydron there. He does have EMP coming up. And this is going to be about... it's going to be about Rimowa. Alright, 1 second. You cook me to the last adverts. Okay, apologies. So, Hydron's got the... I'm losing my mind. He's got EMP. There's only Proper, Heesang, and Junbin. Junbin is Primal Raging. Finn is swapping over to the Mori to get back fast. Fast hero with good healing. EMP is both Junbin and Proper. Humongous. Kill. Proper kills Hydron. How? Just built differently, I suppose. And just on cue, Vindane brings Finn back to start healing them. Kluge gets a primal kill. Heesang though is coming up to the EMP. Nice pulse bomb from Proper. Proper and Heesang play this so well. The shot just in general. Finn gets a kill with the Moira Orb, the Vimto Orb, instead of the Piss Orb. He gets another kill to OG, the Skill Orb kills the backline! And it flips back. Jumping comes back on into it. Actually, one of his prime heroes. He's a very good ball player, arguably one of the best ball players in the world. Possibly the best ball player in the world. Unfortunately, not ball meta right now with Sombra hanging around, but he comes back for a little show. And that is the entire series. So, people, can point to certain things. I think the series was unbelievably close between the teams. I think the Defiant, they have a seriously stacked roster. I think they have a decent shout. They'll certainly make the playoffs at the end of the season. And if the meta falls pretty nicely for them, and I think they've got a really good protection in the meta, because they have a pretty wide roster. They've got a really good DPS coverage. I think OG, Ultraviolet seems to have incredible mechanics on all of the flex supports. OG can flex over to some of the other supports, and it seems to have enough coverage for them to do almost whatever they want. I'm not sure about the OG Kiriko. I don't think we've seen enough of it yet to say that is good or bad. But I think on maps, for example, where you might want to play Bap Zen, I think he's got more than a good enough Bap to play at this level. Kluge covers a lot of the tanks. I think he's one of the most flexible and versatile tanks in the game. Speedily can match almost any player. He honestly went toe for toe with Proper, who I think most people would argue is MVP candidate again for 2023. He won it in 2022 on one of his best heroes, and I don't think he put himself to shame. Hydron, I think, was insane. I arguably got the advantage of Heesang for the most part. Kind of got focused down with the Translocator spots at the end. but he played really well. And for Sam as well, I think he also played extremely solidly. I think Defiant have got a great future for their season ahead of them. Similar to the Shock, I think the Shock will just keep improving more and more over time. I'm a little bit worried about their tank lineup at the moment. They don't seem to have as much synergy with Max, but it might be some early game nerves or something. I'm not sure, but they don't seem as comfortable with Max in the squad. And I'm not sure about Junbin being able to... My worry right now is if they go into a Ryan meta, is Junbin good enough to match with the other Ryans in the league? I'm not sure he is. But what are the odds of we're going to a Ryan meta anyway? So who cares about it? I think Vindame has an incredibly high skill ceiling, but equally can... Everyone in this team has unbelievably high ceilings, but I feel like they can always make that mistake and let teams, you know, sneak in a victory they otherwise shouldn't do. That being said, I think Defiant win this game if they don't C9. I think that was the story of this series. They were both very equal in terms of skill level. There was just some minor mistakes that punished Defiant more than the Shock. But I really want to see what these teams do towards the end of the season. Anyway, this VOD has gone on long enough. Normally I would edit in a section where I'll do like my players of the week and I'll show like the t-shirts. I did this in the past and it looks all fancy. But honestly, I want to upload this as soon as possible, so I'm just going to do it verbally right now. I will also say one of the reasons I stopped doing this series is that I got a bit of burnout watching all the games. There's so many Overwatch games, man. I wish they didn't cram the season into a couple of months and have like 4 games per day over the weekend. It's just brutal. In fact, when you take into account Asia, it's like 6 games or 7 games per day. So I will admit I didn't watch every single game over the weekend. I watched most of them though. So my team of the week, from what I've seen, I think someone was fantastic on the tank line. I think he looks like currently the top runner for Roll Star, especially if we can keep into a Winston meta. But he's looked solid on all the tanks as well. I'm really intrigued to see this new generation of tanks where you're not really split into the main tank, off tank anymore. It's just you have to broaden your pool out, especially since a lot of teams are basically running 5 players. Then on the DPS line, I had Lip. Lip again, MVP candidate for me. I speak his word and his power clenches my throat. Go watch some of Lip's games. Watch him on Sombra. Watch how fast he builds EMP. I said Hydron was building it fast. Like, he would have made Hydron like... Do you remember in the Olympics when that... I think he was Samoan. He didn't qualify for, like, the shot put, and he ended up doing the 100 meters and everyone laughed at him, despite the fact that, you know... He ran 100 meters in 16 seconds at, like, 20-odd stone, and honestly, it's kind of impressive. He would have made Hydron look like that. He was unbelievable. He was literally building them every fight. Then, if you didn't watch it in the APAC region, Guangzhou charges Jimmy. He's my other DPS choice. Insane on the Hanzo. He was just logging everyone. He was logging more people than all of Canadian Lumberjacks put together. It was just an incredible performance. Then, in the support line, I had Shu. Shu looked really impressive on his new team. He's moved from Glads to... He's on Houston now, right? And he was unbelievably clutch. Just didn't seem to miss shots. Like, he was 1v1ing, like, Kevster. That's an incredible achievement to make. And then finally, I kind of wanted to, you know, fill the rollout as... I don't know, like your hit scan type player, your flex DPS type player, your flex support player, your main support player. I know some of these roles don't really exist anymore. It's kind of like amalgamated. But my other support, I put as FD God. I had a look through the statistics. He has like some of the fewest deaths for the amount of time played. Pretty wide pool as well. He played some Lucio and looked really good. The Menace, he boops people off the maps with an unbelievable regularity. He played some Brick and looked very solid, and he played a bit of BAP, and honestly his BAP stats didn't look too bad, so that for me would have been the team of the week. I have to admit, any Hangzhou fans, I'm sorry I didn't watch any of your games this weekend, so maybe some of the Spark players should have got in here. But I think that's a pretty good representation for the first week. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this VOD review. If you did, let me know in the comments below, because if no one enjoys this, I won't do it, because, you know, it takes up a lot of my day. But if you do want me to do it, then maybe we'll do it once a week, and we'll have a pick of like what team we want to see. And maybe it won't always be, the games that end 3-2. We'll pick some of the more interesting games. Maybe games with nice stories behind them. Anyway, thanks a lot for watching, and hopefully I'll see you again next week. Goodbye.